Like I know I know how to clear an interior space. You just start at one end with your sage or your Palo Santo, and you just kind of you sweep it out.
I do something similar, but with cannabis, you know?
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we deep dive into all things paranormal and try to answer the question, what are spirits? Our guest today has a unique perspective on spirit communication, not from the POV of a medium or an investigator, but from behind the camera as a storyteller, producer, and showrunner. Mike Dorsey is an LA-based television producer, documentarian, and editor with more than 2 decades of experience shaping true crime, history, and paranormal programming. He produced and edited the hit paranormal documentary Demon House with Zach Bagans, which received a theatrical release before airing on the Travel Channel. He later co-executive produced and show-ran Ghost Adventures House Calls on Discovery Plus, bringing the mysteries of the paranormal into people's actual homes. Most recently, he helmed Destinations of the Damned for Warner Brothers Discovery, a globe-spanning docuseries filmed in 13 countries across 4 continents that explores some of the world's most haunted and cursed locations. Beyond the paranormal, as a filmmaker and editor, Mike's documentaries include Murder Rap, Inside the Biggie and Tupac Murders, Lost Airmen of Buchenwald, and his latest, Sisters of Ukraine, showing his range in tackling subjects that blend history, mystery, and the unknown. In his spare time, when he finds some, Mike produces and co-hosts the popular Dearly Departed podcast on Hollywood history with historian Scott Michaels and runs the true crime YouTube channel, The Murder Rap. We're excited to have Mike Dorsey today to talk about his producing ghost shows with major talent, the challenges of capturing the unexplained on film, and what he's learned about spirits and the audience's fascination with them. Let's dive into the conversation. Mike, thank you, man, for being here.
Of course.
Mike, I'm going to ask you, we ask all our guests one question, but I'm going to save it a little bit because I want to talk about, sort of everything that you've been working in and diving into the producer for, I think our audience will really want to get into this idea, especially we have a lot of creators that follow us. And it's like, how do you make it? And they're trying to do it all, right? They're trying to be the investigator and the producer. So, getting into just sort of as you started out, when you produce a wide range of genres, right? You produced, true crime and, war docs, and now paranormal. So did you really know what you were getting into when you started getting into ghost shows?
Not at all. I just happened to share an agent with one of these major personalities in the ghost world, and that got me started. And I started. I think the first thing I edited was Demon House. I came in kind of late in that project and did a kind of a re-edit on that documentary, and it was a huge success, and that just kind of kicked off that part of my world. But I'm known whenever I do anything ghost related, and I've done some independent ghost producing as well for some other people, and I'm always kind of known as the cynic. But also, like, if I say I saw something, then it's like, okay, even the cynic noticed that, right? So I would say I did not know what I was getting into at all when I got into the ghost world, but there's a universal truth to telling stories. And stories are stories regardless of what the genre is. Yeah.
That's what I was going to ask you next. It's a great little segue into it. So as a documentary filmmaker, what do you do? Is there anything different you do when you approach these paranormal productions, or do you try to bring that into their world or their world into yours, or where's the balance?
I bring my own just ethos and mottos into their world, which is just, I'm here to tell someone's story, and someone's going to tell me what they experienced and what they went through, whether that's a war story or a story that their house was haunted. To me, it's the same. I'm just bringing a story as truthfully as I can to the audience, trying to respect everyone and where they're coming from. Yeah, so it's universal.
Okay. So when you started working with, I guess, so Demon House was your first experience working with Zach, who's obviously major talent. And it also seems like that was your first experience working with major talent. Normally it's just sort of regular guys, doing their thing. He has such a strong reputation in this space. So how do you balance that? How do you balance his, as talent and his, his on-screen persona with the demands of just being a true documentarian?
Zach's a fantastic creative partner. He's a great storyteller, both behind the camera and in front of the camera. So it's not that different really than dealing with anybody else. He's a pretty down to earth guy, and he knows his audience very well, and he's very passionate about what he does, and that's what you hope from anybody that you work with. So it's not really that honestly that different.
So now when you're producing with him, and you're used to producing, and capturing these moments for real, what's the fine line you have to walk between entertainment, especially for TV, between entertainment and investigation? Look, I think our audience will really appreciate this, because it's like they don't really know, right? They'll look at something in one way and not see it. So, how do you approach that balance of entertainment, investigation? How do you heighten or pull back? What is the process there for that?
Again, it's really not any different than shooting any other documentary project. I go in to tell the story that happens, and just so happens that we tend to pick really interesting stories, so they just are naturally interesting. And that's true of any other ghost paranormal projects that I've worked on. It's already interesting, and you just come in, and I don't really even think of it as entertainment. I really do approach it as a documentarian. I don't, it's funny. I try not to think of it too much like entertainment, because then you get cynical, and that has to do with any project I might work on. I'm doing a serial killer docuseries right now. Of course, on the serial killer show, we're always thinking about pacing and, what the audience is going to like. But I'm also, one side of me as a documentarian is also like, yeah, but I also want to make sure that, that the story that we're telling about the serial killer, for example, is accurate, and we're not feeding into the old legends and myths that have been debunked and that kind of thing. So across the board, I approach it the same way. I truth first always as a documentary.
What happens when network notes get involved, and if you're out there and it's slow moving, and you have to deliver on something, right? Whether it's a jump scare or a creepy moment, what do you do?
That's a good question. There's always moments when you just kind of ride the wave that would then actually happen in the scene, and it's just heightening that moment a little more emotionally, right? If it's an emotional moment or a scary moment, you use music and just good editing just to help the audience really. My thing is, I want the audience to feel like what it was like to be there, and to feel that emotion. It's hard to transmit through a screen, so just through the magic of filmmaking, you can kind of help transmit what it was like to be there through, just good, solid editing and music. And again, just always being as accurate as possible. And, I never want to, in any project I'm working on, I don't want to like mislead anyone or get into a point where entertainment takes the front seat, basically, over factual reporting.
Yeah, Mike, listen, you said something that was incredible. You said, truth over everything.
Right.
And when you were documenting, and not just paranormal, just everything in general that you document, did you always know that, hey, listen, truth over everything is just the way I want to operate? Was that something that was learned over time through experience, or was that always just your, go-to mental state for the documentation?
It's a good question. The first documentaries I did were historical, and they were high. Like the first doc I did was on the Manson family. So I'm wading into waters where I know there's a lot of people out there who are extreme experts already on the Mansons. There's been dozens and dozens of books written about them. There's people out there who have read all of those books. So I just, from out of the get-go, is more just self-preservation. I don't want to get something wrong, because I will get crucified and raked over the coals by the audience, who will be like, he got that fact wrong, and that wasn't when that happened, and blah, blah, blah. He never said, he said this later and in prison, and like whatever. You're just like, so at first it was like just self-preservation, just wanting to not get crucified on the internet by people who might know better than me about any given topic. Because as a filmmaker, you come in, like the Mansons, I didn't know that much about them before I started making the show. The serial killer I'm working on now, I didn't know that much about the guy. Could not name a single victim a year ago. Now I'm a super expert on the dude's crimes, but I know going into this that there are already people who spent years and years and years studying that guy who are always going to know more than I know. But now more so with the advent of AI, I'm much more concerned about truth, and it's getting harder and harder to figure what's truth and what isn't. So I'm very anti AI only in very limited situations. Like if you guys saw the Gabby Petito documentary, that was really fantastic. That was about the girl that was going to be the vanning vlogger, and her boyfriend murdered her and then killed himself. They were like from Florida.
I
That
know
whole
the
thing.
story. I haven't seen the doc.
Yeah. So the doc was really fantastic because what they did, they used AI in an interesting way. They had her writings, they had her journal, and they had her text messages, and AI recreated her voice to read her own writing and her own text messages.
They did that with Bourdain. Did you see the Bourdain?
Yeah, I thought that was super ethical way to.
Yeah.
I thought that was a super ethical way to do it because you're not putting words into their mouths. Those are their words. They wrote that.
Anthony
I thought
Bourdain's
that was
documentary did the same thing, which was crazy. They used his diary and had AI do the voiceover.
I can tell you, there's people that are starting to use AI to generate like what interview subjects have said and stuff like that. To little things like, hey, we work better if this word instead of this word or whatever. And I'll give a good example. Before AI even came along, I did a big doc on Tupac and Biggie, my murder rap documentary. And when Biggie was killed that night, just seconds before he was killed and seconds after, there were people filming with a home video camera across the street at the scene of the crime. They missed the actual shooting. They filmed right before it happened, and then the shooting happens. Oh, they immediately start filming again. And for years, the #1 most viewed video version of that video on YouTube, there's gunshots on the video. You hear it. And I have the original video from the people that shot it, and I know there's no gunshots on that video. And so what it's done, because there's a version of with gunshots, it feeds this whole conspiracy theory around Biggie that the feds were watching and they're covering up evidence, and it was caught on camera, et cetera. And I know it wasn't. And it wasn't until a few years ago that we finally realized that video that was uploaded to YouTube was from a documentary. And in the context of the documentary, they added gunshots sound effects just to heighten the moment for the audience. But we have to realize in the world we live in now, people will take on the internet, they'll take those clips out of context and put them online. And now it misleads people. And so I'm looking at AI now, and it's terrifying, honestly, to think about how much exponentially that is going to increase now, to the point where I fear a future where we don't know what the truth is anymore. So I've only gotten dug my heels in more about what is making sure that what we put out is factual and truthful. And when I'm doing something historical like the serial killer one, we're interviewing old detectives and stuff. I'm like, what? Yes, we're entertaining people, but we're also, when we put their interviews out there, we are adding to the historical record. These are the detectives that actually hunted this guy down and caught him. I'm not going to make up something that one of them said, just because it's convenient to make our story work, right?
Right.
So because you have and there's all ethics, groups kind of coming together over the use of AI on documentaries focused on this very concern. So
right.
It's a long-winded answer to say that I'm only more committed to truth now than I was before, just because AI is really throwing a bomb into the whole situation.
Well, it's nice to know where you're coming from, especially when you're working in a world that we're playing in here, which is paranormal, right? And holding that line, because look, the one thing, there's a couple of top things that we get hit. John gets hit from people, and that we see all the time, which is, is this fake? You guys are crazy.
Of course, everybody always going to ask that question.
And the bigger of a name you are, like Zach, the more people are critical of.
Sure, of course,
in that space, right? So and I obviously understand the pressures of making a show every week, getting it out there. It has to have moments. Where are you going to make those moments? How are we going to make those moments? And to me, it's also this. It's like, if this happens and we missed it, is it fake to recreate it or to heighten it? Even, what are, for the show purposes, has that ever happened? Even though, you know what I mean? It's not totally fake. We believe, this happened, but for whatever reason, it wasn't good. So we reshot it and just to retell it.
On any show that I've worked on, and I worked on other paranormal projects too. If it's a recreation, it's clear that that's what it is.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, you can see it's an actor, and we are being very obvious as a recreation, as opposed to, no, never a situation where make it look like it happened to the people on camera, and then and we reshoot it or something crazy like that. That would be awful. No.
So Mike, have you?
That goes far from the
Serious.
truth. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know, and I can't speak on other people's paranormal shows if they would ever do something like that, but nothing in the paranormal world that I've ever worked on was anything ever like exaggerated or whatever. That's what you saw on camera is what happened. Interpret it however you want, whether
Yeah, right.
because a lot of it is with any paranormal, it's like, oh, I'm feeling a thing. Well, I can tell you the people that I work with, if they say they feel something, they feel it. Like they're true believers, like they definitely felt something. It's up to the audience to decide if they you know, how what they believe.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, have you ever? Have you ever personally felt unsettled during a shoot and experienced
Yeah,
something? What was the
most of
craziest
them
thing?
most of them I don't. A lot of times you're filming in just a creepy area, or I might be filming in a building and I'm afraid it's going to fall down. But because you film in a lot of dangerous,
Right.
condemned places, especially when we did Destinations of the Damned, because we were in a lot of countries and we were just in some buildings that we definitely should not have been in, like down in South America and in Southeast Asia, like where there were holes in the floor. We had to make sure we had PAs to make sure our camera people didn't back off a balcony or something. No, there's been a few instances. I'll be honest. There's only one time where I saw a thing with my own eyes that I could not explain, and that a crew member saw the same thing I saw.
What was it?
And
Tell
that
us.
was that we were at an abandoned hotel in another country, and we were filming at night, of course. And it was a B-roll day, which is it's a day we've already shot the main story. We come back the next day, and it's just to shoot establishing shots of various rooms and things, so you can cut the story together, right? Exterior shots of the building, that kind of stuff. So you just spread out, and you go and shoot different rooms and stuff, just to have that B-roll footage. And me and this young woman who was one of our camera operators, we were down in this huge conference hall by ourselves. There's no power to the building, so we're using battery operated lights. The lights just the little area that we're in, but it's a massive conference center. It's a huge, it's like half the size of a football field, this room. And we're sitting along this long row of wall with double doors every like 20 or 30 feet, and it opens to a corridor behind us where obviously the workers back in the day could bring things into the room, right, from like the kitchen or wherever. And I'm sitting there in a chair, and camera operator, she's sitting on the floor setting up a floor shot, and I'm just looking around, and then I just glance out of the corner of my eye at head height. Had I been standing, I see like a basketball size like gray mist go like that, maybe 3 feet, and then just disappear. And I remember going, huh. And I probably would have just pushed it out of my mind, except then I looked down and the girl was looking right at that same spot, like wide-eyed. And I go, did you just see something? And she was like nonverbal. She's like, go. She nods her head, like, yeah. And I go, okay, what did you see? I don't want to, like, you tell me what you saw. She said, I saw a gray mist, and I went like that. I was like, yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So I don't know what that was, but we were in the room where the most reported activity happened in the hotel. That is.
So
where
what
most
do you
of the
tell
reports
yourself
came
though? Do you start telling yourself? Do you start rationalizing it, like what it could
Yeah.
be first, what it might
course.
be?
Yeah,
What did you
the
think?
hotel
Like, what
was
was
on.
it?
Yeah, exactly. The hotel's on a hillside. There were clouds racing. It's almost like San Francisco, with the clouds just going by really fast over the top of this thing. And I just thought, well, maybe it was some atmospheric weird thing. But we were down like 2 levels down from where the roof is, so I only saw it that one time. So it wasn't like we were constantly seeing like vaporous clouds pass through the. It just came out of a wall behind me and then disappeared. So I don't have an explanation. That's the only thing I think is, oh, maybe it was some weird atmospheric thing. So yeah, my mind automatically goes to like, is there a physics explanation for scientific explanation for what I just saw? But I'm always open to, I say I'm a cynic, but it's not like I'm not going to say I know for sure this way, one way or the other. I'm kind of
That's how I
agnostic.
am, man.
I don't know. I'm open-minded about it. Like I'm not so egotistical. I think I know everything. So,
Listen, man, I'm the same way, and I think, and we had a situation where in an older episode of ours where one of John's moderators got a phone call from his deceased mother, and it happens quite a bit to him, and it happens quite a bit more around John, and they caught it. Not only did they catch it, they caught it during another random live. Now, John uses a lot of spirit box apps, and about 30 minutes, I think, or before the phone call, on the voice box, it went, "Mom's on the phone." Then he gets a phone call, and they have all this. They caught all this. He gets the phone call, and then the phone call, she leaves a message, and then the text to message is not the same as the voice message. It's like off, which is weird. And then we have this clear message from this guy's mother. And now, look, there's a numerous explanations on how this can happen, right? In terms of getting repeated phone messages and, you know,
Right.
it's a phenomenon, you know, it's something that happens. That's not what weirds me out. What weirds me out is the voice box saying mom's on the phone before it. Why this phenomenon tends to happen to someone grieving, because it was a fairly recent passing within like 6 months. And why it happened right there. I mean, it's more the scenario than the explanation of the one thing.
Sure.
And that's kind of what keeps me doing this, like sort of in a weird,
Right.
you know, like, all right, that's weird to me. And it's insane,
Yeah.
you know, how it happens.
I had another experience where I actually got something on video. I was editing a project. It had to do with this specific story had to do with demons, which, you know, in the ghost world, those are the scariest thing. A lot of people don't want to mess with them. If it's a demon thing, a lot of investigators won't even investigate if it's demon because they can attach, you know, the lore is they can attach themselves to you and they can make your life hell, basically.
Right.
And so I was doing a thing on demons and I was working a lot of, I like to work up late at night a lot. So it was kind of, you know, the witching hour when I was wrapping up for the night. And I went and rinsed off, took a shower before I went to bed, and I'm dried off in the shower, and the mirror is fogged up, but it's starting to dissipate, starting to evaporate, and left behind, still in condensation, was this series of symbols. It was an oval with a vertical line. Oval, vertical. It was a repeating symbol of an oval with a vertical line, almost like an on-off button symbol,
Yeah.
somewhat like that, but an oval with a vertical line. Or you could say it was like a stylized hoof. Frankly, that's kind of what it looked like a bisected oval. But it was the same thing like 5 or 6 times in a diagonal line. And it wasn't like drawn in the condensation, it was the opposite. Everything else had evaporated around it and left still in condensation was this repeating symbol. So I grabbed my camera and I videotaped it because just to get the best view of it, you can see them. Never saw it before, never saw it again. And again, I don't know what would create that. That's my thing. Like I was like, when were my cleaners the last year? Maybe they would have been like a week since they'd been there and nothing had happened since then. So I'm like, okay, it wasn't them. And then it's like, how would I even, if I was to fake that, how would I even do that?
Right.
Right. I don't even know how to make that happen. So
Well, I
don't know what that is.
Yeah, don't ask me how I know this. Well, actually, I could tell how I know it. Like, you know, when you draw like a message to somebody on the mirror for somebody, your significant other, when you do that, the same thing with cars. And you know how you said it was the opposite?
Yeah.
That's so your the oils on your skin, they don't
Right.
allow the condensation to hit those spots.
Yeah, I can see
But
that.
you're saying it's the opposite, which is
Yes.
wild. You know,
Yes.
that means that wasn't drawn with a finger.
Right.
It would have
That's
to be
right.
like
It's the
that's
opposite
wild,
of that. It's
man.
the inverse. It's the inverse of that.
Yeah.
It's the
drawn
inverse.
it's drawn in moisture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
Now, if you're listening to this podcast as opposed to watching it, head on over to YouTube or Spotify where you can see Mike's video.
It's
So
really,
so Mike, going into what you were saying about like when you're working and you're editing these documentaries, have you ever caught anything that wasn't apparent to the crew at the time, to yourself, and to the people doing the investigation?
little things like that happen a lot. A shadow, you see a shadow in the corner of the frame that nobody noticed, little stuff like that. Probably the biggest thing that happened to me was one of the shows I was working on. I was also doing production stills. So I had a Leica still camera that I shoot with, and I shoot behind the scenes photos because networks and everybody always want those. And I was outside of home. It was broad daylight, and I snapped a picture. And it wasn't until weeks later, I came home and was editing them that I caught this anomaly up in the corner of this photo I took, and it's a blurry oval shape in near the tree line, and it's such an odd image. I've grown up shooting with cameras. I've grown up, shooting photos, and I've never seen an anomaly like this before. I don't know what it is. It's a blurry image, kind of in the sky, but it's not shaped like a bird. It's like a lump. And one of the things this house was, they had lots of cats, and they talked about burying a lot of their cats on the property over the years because they'd lived there a long time, and that they used to see ghost cats. They would see little shadows darting around that were like cat sized, and it looks like when you in that context, it looks like a cat jumping like through the trees, but where it is in the sky, there was no way a physical cat could do that leap. There's nowhere to leap from. But I can. There's kind of a light streak as part of it. I'll send that to you too. I cannot. I don't know
Yeah,
what I don't
Oh,
know
that's
what it
amazing.
is. Yeah,
that'd
and
be
this
cool to
is something I
see.
was like, that's weird. I don't know what that is. You know, if you believe in the paranormal, you're like, oh well, that's clearly a ghost cat or something. But if you're more like a little agnostic like me, you're like, well, maybe there's got to be some. Maybe it is a bird somehow. I don't know. Like it made some really weird shape.
And look, for anybody listening to or watching this, I'll vouch for. I mean, for whatever my word is worth, I vouch for Mike because when we started working together, Mike was on the team of Discovery. I forget how you got onto the Discovery team we had, but I think I don't know if I stole you from somebody else. But
Yeah,
he is an unbelievable. He's a predator, right? He's a producer, shooter, editor at the time. Now
right,
he's a showrunner,
right.
and filmmaker, but he's an excellent photographer, an
Thank
excellent
you.
cameraman, an excellent editor. He can do. He's an all-in-one one-man band. I'd send him out to shoot stuff. He knows what he's doing with a camera. So it's not
Right.
like if I took the photo and you saw a blur, you'd probably about 99 times out of 100, it's probably because my thumb is on it.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a dirty lens. So I
And
I
this
trust
photo
him when he
was
says it.
this photo was in a sequence that was like click, 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 and this image was not in any of the other pictures taken in those seconds that happened around it. It was just in the one picture, so it's very strange.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. You talked about the challenges a bit, shooting destinations because it's, you're dealing with really old condemned things. How does that change when you're talking about going into the paranormal, when you're going into like people's actual homes and meeting the people around the country who are really suffering or believe, have these hardcore beliefs in this? Where does your mind go as a skeptic? And it's like, all right, I mean, how do you put that aside? Because now you're
Yeah.
dealing with real people in
I
their
mean,
house. What's the difference in producing
it's a
shows
good
like this?
question. I mean, there's me, the person, and there's me, the producer. Me, the person, is like, I think that if and this is no specific story, but just in general, like if you're a hammer, everything's a nail. And if you're a true diehard believer, if you truly believe that a space that you're in is haunted, then there's a lot of times any sound you hear, or anything is be like, oh, there's the ghost again. That's our ghost. Door opens and closes. There's our ghost. It's like, no, you have raccoons in your attic. Like it's a raccoon's in your attic. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, yeah, it could be. But also just having the respect for people. They're like, I don't live in their house. Or work in their work where they have the ghosts. I've had friends who've had ghosts that swore they had ghosts in their office, and they would always see them at the top of the stairs. I on one hand, I'm like, I kind of have my theory about what that is, but also like I don't want to be disrespectful, and like I don't live there. So that's why I always approach everybody just like I'm going to tell your story honestly and straightforward, and not cast any judgment on it because I don't know what you're going through. So that's how I approach it. Now, yeah, you do get people that are tormented seriously tormented by what they're going to. Like people are like emotionally scarred by it. Like people that have dealt with it their entire lives. They've grown up in a house that they believe was haunted and have been dealing with whatever the entity is the whole time. It's tough. It's almost like growing up in like an abusive environment, basically. You're kind of being abused by a paranormal entity that you can't do anything about. Do about it. And people will move and they'll be like, that just follows me. You just go with me to the next place. So it's not is it attached to the building or is it attached to you? So
What do you tell your crew? Did you ever have to hire a new crew or new PAs? Like what's the kickoff meeting like for crew
that's
in
a good
this
question. I mean, we always hire. We typically add a few local hires to wherever we're going, and it's funny. I don't think I ever have given them like, just like into the fire, man. Like, just do because it's usually like PAs and stuff like production assistants and stuff like that. And you're like, you're just here to move some gear around or run to get lunch and stuff. Usually, I work with the same crew throughout production, so you get used to everything. It is funny though that what's that?
Do they get creeped out?
100%. Yeah, I was on that same hotel where I saw the mist. I remember because there was no power, we had to use flashlights, and it was huge. It was this massive structure, and so and the hallways are pitch black. So you're just with a flashlight going, 100 yards of hallways basically to get somewhere. And I do remember at one point, just on a break, I just turned my flashlight off to see how far I could walk into the darkness before I was like, no. And I would come back and I talked to later on, I asked we were just talking about the show in general. And I asked my cinematographer and I was like, what was the scariest place we did for you? And he goes, that hotel. And I go, oh, he goes, yeah. He goes, I used to just walk down the hall and see how far I could get. I was like, I did the same thing. It was like my worst nightmare in that place to have to like go back for something by myself to like get a piece of gear or something that we needed, like a light or something.
Oh,
Like,
dude, I would have bought a new one.
to have to
Are you kidding?
traverse that alone was, this place was noisy. It was windy outside. It sounds like the building's kind of coming apart. Like it was, yeah.
Dude, I was staying at the MGM Grand in Vegas once, and you know how big that hotel is. And
Yeah.
this has nothing to do with the paranormal, but this is just to show my own laziness. I left my sunglasses in my hotel room, and it took me almost 40 minutes to get to the pool just from the walking the elevator, walking down through the casino to go meet my friends. And then I realized that I forgot my sunglasses. And I'm like, you know what? To go back and come back is an hour, over an hour. I just bought new sunglasses. It wasn't worth it. Everything all right, John? With the
Yeah, everything's all right.
You know what? I started talking about those ghost cats, and his cat over there is just making the show shut down. Like,
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. No, she's wild. She's the talker too.
Nice.
She's the talker. This one. So it's funny because while all this is going on, right? I don't know if you can see me. My eyes keep glancing over here. One of my mirrors is moving on the wall.
There you go.
Literally,
we started talking about mirror entities and
shaking back and forth. I mean, hold on. Let me let me see. I can't zoom. And it's never done that before. That's a Victorian mirror. It's heavy, even though it's smaller. It's heavy. I don't know if you guys can see it moving.
With the door, like, is there got like a panel on it?
No, it's just hold on.
It's weird.
I don't know because I got it in this it's this mirror. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. It's that mirror.
It's moving for you.
It's moving. Oh, let me see if I can get up close to it. I got no airflow coming from this window. Like you don't even see like the screen pulsing from the window or anything. You need some serious wind from that, right? And then hold on. Let me see if it does it. Now it's not going to do it.
of course.
Oh, there it goes. Nope, there it goes. It's moving.
It's hard to tell because you're handheld for us.
I just heard your cat meow too, so he feels.
Yeah, right. But no, it's just funny. I was just so distracted from it, like everything that was going on. Mike, you said that the place that you were at with the scary place that was big with this was in South America or was this in Asia?
It was South America, like Central
America.
Yeah.
And this was an abandoned building in South America.
Yeah.
Dude, man, let me tell you
Native
something.
lands,
You got
all that stuff.
Dude, you got some passion, man, because listen, the abandoned buildings around here are dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, I can only imagine, something with the moisture and just the environment. Oof.
The craziest place we shot was Destinations of the Damned. We did Armero, Colombia, which Armero is a town in the mountains of Colombia, as remote as you can get, that was destroyed by a mudslide caused by a volcano in the 80s. It was the second deadliest volcanic eruption of the 20th century. Killed like 23,000 people, killed almost the entire town. I took it out. And so the town's abandoned now, but what's left of it, the ruins are still there. And it looks like a post-apocalyptic, like it's what's left of these amazing buildings that have been taken over by the jungle. And that one was terrifying because, as we're going in, they're like, okay, there's 3 species of deadly snake here. There's scorpions. There's the African, like, flesh-eating snails, the giant African snails that have infested the area, where don't touch the slime because it'll infect your brain and you'll die. The boa constrictor, and then they're like, and then at night, the boa constrictors and like panthers come down out of the trees, so we got to watch out for those. Of course, it's a paranormal show, so that's when we're filming is nighttime. And then they're like, and don't be careful shining your lights up any trees because there's night wasps and they are attracted to light and they will fly down and sting your eyeballs. So it's like, in addition to it just being a horribly dark place because there's thousands of victims that they never recovered. They were buried in the mud. So you're walking around a gravesite, basically, a mass grave, this entire town. And then we're filming in the old cemetery for the town, which every single crypt has been desecrated. So there's human bones and shattered coffins everywhere, and there's skulls on top of all of that. Yeah, that it's rare that I was like a place I can't wait to leave. I could not wait to leave. I just had a bad feeling the whole time I was there, like
So that's
horrible.
interesting. But like a bad feeling, not just for your own physical safety, but just because it's creepy.
A sickness, just like a spiritual illness. Like just my spirit was down the whole time I was there, and that doesn't happen in most places. But I could not wait to leave. And Colombia's a beautiful country, but I couldn't wait to leave.
All right. Well, look, this leads me now. I normally ask this at the top, but this is a good time to ask you now. Based on everything you've seen, now that you've been in this world, what do you think spirits are?
It's a good question. My cinematographer on this show, he did a psychic show, a medium show years ago, and he had his own experience on that show where he had a he was filming and he felt horrible all of a sudden, like a family member had died, like that level of bad. And the medium he was with was this young guy, and the medium picked up on it, like, "Hey, are you okay?" Like he immediately picked up, like, "You're not okay." And he goes, "This is the only guy we worked with that I felt was like legit of all the mediums that they had on this show. This one medium was the one this guy felt like he was the most legit." He goes, "I started talking to the guy and he said, look," he goes, 200 years ago, there were people that could see things in the corner of their eyes, like lights flashing and stuff, and people thought they were crazy. And then it turns out it was UV light, which we didn't know about at the time. But there's a very small percentage of people that can see UV light, especially like in their peripherals. That's what they were seeing. He goes, we didn't know, for another hundreds of years later that, like, oh, there's a thing called UV light, and that's what they were picking up on. He's like, the medium tells, my DP, he goes, I assume that at some point there's going to be a scientific explanation for why I know what I know, like why I can tell the things that I can tell, why I know the story of somebody that died here that I never met, but I can just come to a space and just know about it. So that's kind of where I land on it. I assume that someday there will be a scientific explanation for all of this, and whether it's grandma trying to talk to you from beyond the grave or parallel universes running into each other, and there's going to be some quantum physics explanation for it. Like,
all right, but that's
Interstellar. Like I guess that's where I land. Like I assume that I do believe certain things are happening, and I assume that someday we'll have some scientific explanation.
So, but okay, but until we have the answer, what do you think it is? What do you think they are? Right? Like, what would you say a spirit is that these guys are talking to? Until we know what that is,
I think honestly, right now, because I do tend to be more science based, I do think it's kind of a parallel universes bumping into each other. That kind of a thing, okay. Grandma is another universe where your grandma's still alive, or
it's
interesting.
Time is a human invention,
See, that's a very.
I say it all the time. Time's a human construct.
Exactly.
I say it all the time.
Well, it's also a very past life regression outlook on past life regression, as I've come to learn through doing these podcasts and interviews, is a misnomer. They tend to believe everything everywhere all at once, right? That sort of idea of we are all in different, the timelines is what you're talking about, not necessarily in the past, it's now. And that's what you're sort of saying, right? Whereas, John's belief and his theory, and what started all this, is that it's energy. We all have energy in us. Energy can't be created or destroyed. We also don't know how the mind works, and it's sort of memory or consciousness trapped to that energy somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Another theory that, how do like, who knows, right? What is it? We've also heard people talk about frequency in a big way. Like vibrations, every atom, everything has something. Things are constantly in motion, right? There's always something in motion. Atoms in your body, like what they're let off a frequency. What is that frequency? We caught something. It was really odd in an episode we just dropped where John, as I'm interviewing, he heard a child's voice say his name. When I ISO'd his track and cranked the volume in the thing, what it sounded like was as if a mic was like when your lob gets rubbed up against your shirt. It was like a shh. Right. And then he turns. So you hear this, but look at him. He's wearing a ripped t-shirt. He's not wearing a mic on him. You know what I mean? It's like there's no mic on him, but you hear the shh, and then he turns. Right. And it's like, well, and I couldn't slow it down. I make a joke out of it in the episode that I'm not going to spoil for anybody. By the time this airs, hopefully they've all seen it. But it's, I played it out. But it's weird. Like, what is that frequency? Why does he hear it differently? Maybe he did, he heard something. Something. And yet how does it play out, right? So it's an interesting the parallel universe theory is an interesting one. Go ahead, John.
So So, Mike, listen, we've had tons of guests on here, right? We did, tons of different questions to the guests. I consider myself a paranormal documenter.
Hmm.
And what I'm documenting, more than anything is my experiences while I'm streaming. I basically take my live stream, I go through it personally, and then I make, content and videos. So, I'm a documenter moonlighting as a content creator via my live stream. Um, and I know the audience, people watching this are going to be like, holy shit, John's actually asking this. What advice would you have for as a documenter as yourself, other than the truth? Because I wholeheartedly believe in that too. When I do my thing and things get slow, I entertain the audience by just being
Right.
myself and talking, everybody
Yeah, you
engaging,
don't have to
getting goofy
fabricate
and funny.
things. You just, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then let the truth play out as it should, right? What
Right.
advice would you have for someone like me who's documenting? What like with all the documenting you've
Mm.
done in these dangerous spots and in these unique situations, what advice would you give to me to expand my documentation or maybe enrich it, if you will?
Oh man, that is a really good question. I don't know because I haven't watched your content, so it's hard for me to like
Well, Mike,
break down
picture
what you're
picture this.
doing. But
Literally, it's a TikTok feed. He's either
uh-huh.
it's either
Sure.
looking at himself talking with headstones in the background, or John will have the camera facing the cemetery while he's taking a
Sure.
break, and he's
Yeah.
got a spirit box going all the time. Like again, he's not an investigator. He truly is just a
Right.
documenter. Or
You know what?
what John will do is
Yeah.
clean headstones. He cleans
Uh-huh.
them, has the spirit box on.
Yeah, I've seen those videos. Yeah, I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. Yeah, I've watched
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you're kind of already doing it to some extent because one thing that I think is important to do is sometimes we get the best results is when we would like maybe bring in a witch, for example, to do like a ritual of some kind, and to have that going on at the same time that you have an investigator with the gear out to see if anything happens as the person is because the witch is essentially inciting
Mhm.
something to happen, right? And I think you're kind of doing that by cleaning the headstone. If any spirit is there, you would think that is the most exciting thing that has happened to them in maybe a century,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
They're just
you're right.
stepped over all the time.
Yeah.
And now here's someone not only paying attention to them, but doing something nice for them, cleaning up their headstone for them, which I think is so touching. I kind of think in your world, at least, you're already doing it. You have your gear going, so you can measure if something happens. You have some scientific measurement to try and record that or capture that response. That I think that is kind of like I would tell people, other people do what you're doing, which is to that's how to do it. Like it kind of put yourself in a situation where you might emote a response from an entity and have scientific gear going so you can capture that if it happens.
I mean, it also sounds like having a person you like the idea of also a corroborator, right? Whether
Yeah.
like the witch or the medium, which we've
course.
done with Kathy, who corroborated some stories. We haven't really taken her to a cemetery or something yet, but we should do that one of these days. We have a medium that we've worked with that both was really wild for both of John and myself in terms of what she said, which I cannot figure out how she said it and what she found.
Yeah.
Other than that,
Also-
she's connected somehow.
Having another person there is nice because then you have someone to talk to, obviously. That kind of helps kind of the slow parts, right? You can kind of start talking to them about life in general, the paranormal and whatnot, and then something might suddenly happen while you're talking to each other. And again, like that mist that I saw, had I not had a second person there to witness it, I might have just discounted it. I must have imagined something and never thought of it again. Oh, that was kind of a weird thing to happen. But the fact that another person saw the exact same thing I saw, it gives it a tremendous credibility.
I have a personal situation I went through that actually is very similar to that. I was an electrician at the time. We got a phone call at like 1:30 in the morning that a bank lost power. So the company I worked for had a bank contract. We took care of all the Wells Fargos in the area, right? And we had to try. I think it was either in Sleepy Hollow, Terrytown, or Irvington. It was one of those three, which is all one big spot here in the Hudson Valley. And we went there. It's 1:32 in the morning. We got work in a couple of hours. We didn't want to. The both of us, neither of us wanted to be there, and we knew what the issue was before we even got there. With the power lines, there's phases, and usually when something goes completely dark, and nothing else in the neighborhood is dark, it's usually a phase went out to that structure, right? So
Right.
we already knew it, but because you need a licensed electrician to call up the company that for here it's Con Ed, the electrical company, and be like, hey, here's the license number. We know there's a phase out. We still had to go into the bank and check it out. Now it's a whole thing. They have to give us clearance. Someone has to come there, unlock the bank, turn down the alarms, all of this. So now there's three of us at this time, and we go in. That's me and the guy I'm working with, who's the headmaster electrician, and the guy letting us into the bank. Now, this bank had a history of being haunted, right? But we never, we never paid no mind to it. We went in, replaced lights, did this, did that. We walk in, and literally over all the teller banks is a gray mist.
Wow.
Now, the master electrician is the biggest atheist / non-believer that you will ever meet in your life. And he looked at me and I looked at him and I said, see, it's haunted, And then he goes, he dials, he gives the Con Ed the code, hands me the phone and goes, you can handle the rest of this. I'm going to go wait in the car,
Right.
And that was it. Meanwhile, the other guy that was letting us in literally didn't leave the double doors. He was so scared because he's heard that the place is haunted. So scared. And he refused to go through the doors. So it's just funny you brought up the Great Mist, and it just reminded me of that years ago.
Yeah, you think something's crazy until you see it for yourself, and then you're like, oh,
Right.
okay.
Right. Then you got. Look, the one thing I've realized is you have to keep an open mind with all of this if you want to. Otherwise, what's the fun in it either?
Exactly. Right.
Mike, what do you think the biggest misconceptions people have about ghost shows now that you're making it and you're in the world of it? What are there?
I don't know. I don't deal a lot with the fans or the public feedback really about a show.
Well, what about your peers? I mean, when you tell your peers, like, yeah, I'm making this ghost show, what do they do?
Of course, the first question everybody always asks, is it real, man? Is it real?
Yeah.
I had my cousin's kid who I never have talked to ever, pretty much, out of nowhere messaged me a couple of years ago when he saw one of the ghost shows I was working on. He goes, yo, man, is that real? My buddies and I were watching. He's like, my buddies and I were watching. Is that real, man? And I go, yeah. I wouldn't. I don't. We don't put anything on screen that isn't factual. You can interpret what if a person says they're feeling something, whether they are or not. But we don't. Nothing is made up for television. So I was like, yeah, I was there, and that all actually happened. I wouldn't work with people who didn't have integrity. So I think that's and yeah, I think there's been other shows that I've seen that I'm not a part of, other past shows in the kind of supernatural, paranormal world that have been accused of various things. So I think
everybody is.
That kind of hurts it. That hurts it for other people that are doing this. Do you know what I mean? Because it makes you question everybody that's doing it. I know it's just all Hollywood, right?
Dude, the one thing I've learned about this whole genre in this space, it's almost like rock bands in New York in the 80s. They're out to get everybody.
Right.
In so many ways, it's weird.
So crazy.
And you must have other paranormal investigators say, "Oh, they don't like what you're doing, and you're not doing it right." Or
it's right? Yes. Well, first off, people can't wrap their head around the fact that I'm not an investigator, that I'm not a ghost hunter. When I sit there and say, "Oh no, I'm documenting spirits," they lose their minds.
They do,
and it's
it's crazy.
It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Or forget about it if I'm talking to the audience, which I do a lot of. I'm very audience driven. I'm very my community.
He's all live, Mike. John is all live. He's a live influencer. He doesn't do pre-recorded stuff and send it.
Sure.
Yeah, and so it's just wild when people are like, oh, you're not doing this right. You're supposed to be doing this. You're supposed to be doing that. And it's like, listen, I'm documenting. The only difference is between what I'm doing right now and me doing a nature documentary is that the birds aren't talking to me. Literally, it's just the way it is. And I have you guys with me and it's live. Right. I'd be doing the same thing, just talking a lot less.
Right.
If you guys weren't here with me,
I just turned the camera on and started live streaming. That's the only difference. Right. Yeah.
So it's
that lends credibility
wild
to what you're doing because it is happening live.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nuts. It's really.
No.
Listen, Mike, like I've said this a million times, so the people listening know this. When I use these same apps John uses, I get absolutely dick. I get all the generic stuff. I get all the generic stuff the apps say, like "get out," "am I dead?" It's like all stuff. When I'm with him and he's using it at the same time, even on my phone, the app starts to get specific. And it's I think he's got some magic in him, or he's a witch of some kind. My nephew, I just haven't figured out what it is.
That's an antenna of some kind. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's the witch's peak coming in, you know?
Maybe.
That might be it. Mike, I got a couple. Mike, first of all, thank you so much. I got a couple more questions for you. I want to know. Of course. So, you talked about demons earlier, and this fear of demons, and some of the ghost hunters don't like to be around these demons. How much religion is in this world that you're playing in, and how much credibility is that giving? That idea. That's is it manifesting its own? It feels like it's manifesting its own nightmare, like saying it's a demon. And
of course, yeah. And I would agree with you, but I can't really think of too many people that I've filmed with over the years that were deeply religious, or that at least wore their religion on their sleeve like that.
Well, Zach comes across as being religious, especially in Demon House.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't. We haven't talked about that, but yeah, I don't. It's a good question. I mean, obviously, sometimes priests get brought in and whatnot, but we did a thing in Mexico City, or outside Mexico. There's a city north of Mexico, on Destinations of the Damned, with an exorcist, but he was like a freelance exorcist. Like, he's not associated with the Catholic Church. He's just figured out his own, blending different religions together, his own way, his own method for exorcising people and giving them a test to see if they really are possessed or not. And yeah.
Truthfully, do you think that there's any change in by saying it's a demon versus in the houses where it's might be a demon or not, or bring a priest in versus anybody else? Have you is it create any semblance of?
I'm trying to think outside of. I'm trying to think of any of the investigations I was a part of where they thought it was specifically a demon. There's definitely been some where they were believed to be malevolent spirits that were harmful. I don't know, outside of like Demon House, which I only edited. I wasn't there when they filmed it. I don't know how many demon stuff I've dealt with. I do know that like in Demon House in the movie, they talk about how it's believed that demons can transmit themselves electronically. There's even a disclaimer to being a demon house, that warns people like this could happen. And I've heard of people that turn the movie off. They saw that, like, well, I'm not watching this.
That's funny.
They didn't make it past 10 seconds. They're like, warning received. Nope, don't want it. Or you'll see people that will report while they were watching that movie specifically, shit started happening in their house. Stuff flew off the shelf behind them. It's definitely its own animal for sure when you're dealing with some type of demonic thing. Just because they will, as the lore goes, they will attach themselves to you, and they are there to mess your life up, and they're not a confused spirit that doesn't know where they are.
Does that make you prepare when you hear that you're about to film a production or a thing where it's a demon? Does that make you change how you approach the production?
No,
or does the team prepare differently? How does the team prepare?
No, and you don't want to wear, and you don't want to go in with any kind of protection on you, a spiritual protection, because you don't want the thing to be scared away from you. You want to capture proof of the thing.
You're not trying to deter.
But you do. We have done Palo Santo and stuff like that afterwards, just to we've cleared on
what is that? What did you just say?
Like Palo Santo sage. It's a cleansing, cleansing ritual.
Like smudging.
And you can clear a house that way. Sometimes if someone's called you in to help them, that's one thing that you'll do. And I know how to clear an interior space.
Do you really?
Yeah.
How do you do it? Tell me. Simple. What are the steps?
So it's very the way I do is very simple. I'm not religious, so I don't pray, because you could probably pray at the same time too, and ask for whoever you believe in to help you. But the main thing is you want to start at one end of your house, and at the other end you're going towards, you want to open a door or a window. You want a place for the thing to leave, basically. And you just start at one end with your sage or your Palo Santo, and you just kind of you sweep it out, like you're sweeping it out with whatever it is that you've lit, and you till you get out the door, and then you shut the door.
I'm just ignorant. What is Palo Santo? Is that a weed of some kind, or what? It's a
very sweet smelling wood that smokes. Okay. Almost like incense.
Yeah. And you light it and then so it's just,
and then let it smoke. And then you just, it goes out, but then it smokes for a long time, and then you do the same
Yeah,
thing
like
with sage.
it's an incense of some kind in a weird way, or sage, and then you walk around your house. You got an open window.
I've done it, and again, I'm a cynic, but I've done it in my own space a few times over the years. And I was just like, you know what, man, I got a bad feeling right now.
Yeah, I do.
Live
Listen.
right now. I live in a 120-year-old building right now, and I see you live in an old building too, John. Like, I hear shit all the time in my apartment. I'm like,
well, what's interesting about this
All right.
place? This place this is my office. It's a factory built in 1865.
yeah.
So I'm in the tower part of it now, and I do something similar, but with cannabis.
There you go. Yeah, that's a good way to get rid of it. Yeah, I mean, my building now was built in like 1904, I think, or something like that.
nice.
So it's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on a historical registry of buildings. Yeah.
Cool. Hey, Mike, listen. In your and now obviously I don't want you to drop any names, right? But in your professional just happenings and everything that you've done over the years, have you ever come across anybody that has told you stories that have been affected? So like, camera crew, the PAs, or anybody that like after they filmed something, after they were on the set for something, that they were like, yo, I don't think I can ever do something like that again. Like I'm done.
I've never had someone be like, I'm not doing that anymore, for sure. That has never happened. But I can't think of specific examples, but I do feel like I've heard about various crew members having some issues.
Okay.
And needing to clean themselves up. Because again, we as crew members, we try to stay agnostic. We're there to capture what's happening, capture the action, right? And not get involved with it. But you can still come away feeling bad or creepy or whatever from a situation that you were in the room for. So, yeah, but I do feel like I know of some people. I've heard some various people have issues when they went home, but I can't think of any specific stories right now. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Mike, what's next for you?
I'm wrapping up the serial killer series. It'll be out in late October, and I'm just in development mode now, like I always am between projects. So I'm developing probably like a half dozen different projects. So we'll see what goes first.
Listen, we really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Mike. Your insight was awesome, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man, I think our audience is going to love it. I think a lot of people look at all of this as, especially on TV for some reason, it gets even more hate than the online love hate, I should say. Right. It gets a lot more, there's a lot more critics about television and television personas and the TV shows. This is how it's done. This is how it's not supposed to be done, as if anybody knows what it is.
Right.
Oh, have you ever done an Estes method in your shows?
What's that?
Okay, good. Never mind. It's something that I don't get at all, but I ask everybody about it.
SD?
ESTES. And what it is, what these people do, and it started with a group of people in like the house, I guess, like the Shining Hotel or something, or right? The location was Estes. So
Estes Park, Colorado, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they put like blindfold. They basically are
they try to self-deprivate as much as possible.
They have blinders on. They've got like sound blocking headphones that are only jacked into the sound box, right? And then another person asks the spirits a question, and then the person who's totally covered but can only hear the sound box gives the answers. And for the life of me, bro, I can't figure out why the hell they're doing that. As like, well, why can't I? Why do I have a middleman here? Like, why can't I just hear the sound box? Like, but they swear by it, and I just wanted to know.
I never even heard of that.
I was hoping maybe you produced one and you could just tell me truthfully.
Explain it.
It feels ridiculous. I don't understand it. There's people who
I refuse to do it. I refuse to this day. I refuse to do it. I want.
Well, it's like he gets hit for being.
Yeah, if you don't believe in something, you don't want to. You don't believe in something, you shouldn't expose your audience to it.
I've got a few people coming on soon that do it all the time, and I'm gonna make them explain it to me for sure.
Right.
By the time this airs, they might have already been on and explained it to me. But I just wanted to see if you produced it. I want to know. But see, you haven't even touched it.
I have no idea what it is. Yeah.
Oh, dude, look it up. It's just like you're gonna sit there and like, I don't get why anybody's does this. I just don't. Hopefully, by the time this airs, I might have a better insight, but it doesn't mean I will believe it.
Right.
But
Yeah,
other
listen,
than
I'm
that,
I'm
like,
knee deep in the paranormal, and I don't have a good explanation for it. It
it's like,
just it
it's
just
hard.
doesn't. It makes no sense. It really doesn't.
Well,
It makes
maybe someone will come on and explain it, and they'll be like, "Oh,
That's what I'm
okay."
hoping. We're waiting. We're
Right.
looking for.
what they're
Yeah.
gonna. I can predict what they're gonna say. They're gonna be like, "Oh, it's the human experience of it. It's
Mhm.
that person. Necessarily what they're blurting out isn't what they're actually hearing. That's what they're gonna turn around and say. They're gonna be like, it's the human, almost like a channeling sort of experience, which." I mean, listen, the way I document when I document the paranormal, like for example, Mike, we have people that come into the chat all the time and they're like, oh, there's a spirit over there. I see a
Mm.
spirit in the background. And I simply turn around and say, hey, listen, myself and everybody else that's following me right now cannot see that. Therefore, I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm not acknowledging it. I'm not gonna
Right.
ask who's over there. I'm not going to me, it makes no sense. It makes no sense to everybody else that can't see it. Now, obviously,
Right.
90% of these people are wacky. They're not really seeing something, but there might be that 10% there that's actually might be seeing something. Regardless, I
10% is a
can't
little
use it.
generous, I think.
That's why it's
Yeah.
nice that you
Yeah.
so you wait till there's some corroboration in the room from someone else being like, "Yeah, I was just gonna say that corner is being weird right now," and then it's
Yeah.
like, "Okay, well now let's go investigate." Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like they should take the sound box when they're doing this stupid method and have a splitter on it that goes into a separate recorder, so that when you play it back, if he says the answer and we know the sound box said it, then we know that it's like, oh, that's weird that it did. But then again, why do I need to hear from this person with the headphones and the blinders on? Why
Why don't you hear it yourself?
I just don't. Anyway, look, it's neither here nor there. It's a piece. I'm going to gather data as this process is from numerous people who do it to try to get to the bottom of it. And it'll be funny. One day we'll do it ourselves.
Have you ever talked to anybody that works for like coroners or anything like that? Like people that like are like EMTs?
No, not yet.
That would be interesting. It's funny. I know,
Yeah,
like,
get there.
I filmed at the LA County Coroners building a couple times. I've been in the crypt with 100 dead bodies around me.
They have great merch, by the way. I used to have.
They
LA
do.
They're it's the best.
Yes, their gift shop is
Their
amazing.
shop is dope.
But I've known a couple people. I used to know Craig, who was their director of operations for many years and years. He was there like when Michael Jackson died. He did the press conference for that kind of stuff. And then I've known a couple other people that work there as workers. And it's funny, though. Of course, what do they always get asked? Man, that building must be so haunted. Like, because they get like 30 bodies a day at the LA County morgue. They get 30 bodies a day, and they get anybody that were the cause of death is not immediately apparent. They go to the coroner, right? So 30 bodies a day, and but it's funny across the board. They're like, no, nothing. And you're like, really? And they're like, yeah, because by the time the body gets here, the spirit's not with it anymore. Is their explanation? It's just we're getting the shell arriving in here, and it's not. They're not there anymore. They're back. They're at their home or wherever they've ascended, if you believe that,
Or the energy dispersion is gone, or
yeah, they're still haunted their house or whatever. Yeah, they're not there when they come to us. They're gone.
Well, that's
which
interesting.
I thought was really, really, really interesting. Yeah.
Mike, thank you, man. This has been really great.
Yeah, it's been great, guys. Thank you.
Of course.
Really appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. I mean, even the attitude towards this haunted horror show of the house is amazing to me. Like, first of all, I mean, I don't even know. That's, like I said, if I bought the house, I'm burning it down. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to build a new house.
So therefore, you're not allowed to buy the house.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast where we explore what lingers after the lights go out. Memories, energy, and the mysteries that refuse to be buried. I'm your host, Gary, here with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, and today's episode is a story not just about haunting, but about survival. If you've seen The Conjuring, you know the broad strokes of what happened to the Perron family inside that Rhode Island farmhouse. But what few people talk about is what came after. How do you move forward once your childhood becomes one of the most infamous haunting cases in modern history? How do you reclaim your own story after the world has turned it into folklore? Our guest, Andrea Perrin, lived through it and then spent decades trying to understand it. Through retrospection, writing, and acceptance, she's turned something that could have destroyed her into something profoundly meaningful. And now she's facing a new battle, brain tumors, with the same grace and courage that carried her through her childhood haunting. Today she joins us to talk about survival in every sense of the word, the long road of processing those early years, how her understanding of spirit has deepened, and what has led her to a new mission to preserve the farmhouse that started it all through a GoFundMe campaign. Believe me, I would have burned that place down a long time ago. This isn't a ghost story. It's a story of healing, perspective, and the quiet resilience it takes to live with the past. And as Annie so emotionally puts it, still keep moving toward the light. Let's dive into the conversation.
When I'm there, I mean, they're in it. I mean,
They're in it.
deep.
Yeah.
And I've got a doctor that told me, "Don't you worry, honey. I've got your back."
There you
That's all
go.
I needed to hear.
Good. That is so good to hear.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Andrea, you are a survivor on many levels. That is for sure.
Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, it's
This is true.
well, first of all, I can't thank you enough for taking the time to sit down with us here on Splintered Spirits. It's an honor for us to have you, especially, you know, I would say in this paranormal space that John's been in for a while, but I'm very new to. You are an absolute legend. I mean, for numerous reasons, just as someone who's experienced probably the worst there is of it, your books, the stories you've told, everything in your approach to the space. Now, for us on this thing is about me and my sort of understanding of what the paranormal is and what John does and what spirits are. So
Yes.
you, for anyone that's going to be listening to this who doesn't know who you are, listen, go buy your fucking books and read the stories. And you're going to find a link to those books in my link tree, because we're here. I mean, you should know this woman by now. It's the woman who lived in the Conjuring house, for Christ's sake. So I don't want to waste a lot of time on doing another thing about what's the difference between your story and the movie.
Yeah. No, everybody knows that now, I think.
They should know it.
They should know.
They should know it. But, you know, what I want to know is, so you moved into that house when you were 12, and you were there for 10 years.
Yes.
At what point did you start to understand what it really was that you were dealing with?
Within 5 minutes.
So in 5 minutes as a 12-year-old, you're like, that's a ghost.
That's a ghost. Well, no, I didn't think he was, because he appeared absolutely solid to me. I mean, absolutely solid, like I could have walked up to him just like you, put my hand on his arm, greeted him. I greeted him as I walked through the dining room. And he did not. He stared right through me like he didn't see me, like I was an invisible ghost. And he was completely fixated on Mr. Kenyon packing the last of his wife's china out of his corner hutch cabinet in the dining room. And it was freezing cold, and there was a swirling ice storm going on. But, you know, when you're a swamp Yankee and it's moving day, you move. You just put everything in the truck and you move. And so we did, very slowly, up into the woods to our place in the country. And within 5 minutes, I walked in with a box marked kitchen for my mother. She was already in the kitchen with my baby sister, April. And then the other 4 of us were big and strong enough to be able to carry boxes marked kitchen. And when I walked in and I saw him, I thought, well, that is a very oddly dressed man, because he was not wearing clothes that I was in any way familiar with as a child. Everything looked like it was handmade. It was hand-stitched, including the little fluffy hat that he had on. And he had his arms crossed, and he had his leg mounted up against the wall, and a quirky grin on his face. And he was just staring at Mr. Kenyon, just staring lovingly at him.
Right. So
And then my sister Nancy... And then Christine comes in, and she walks into the kitchen, and she's like, who's that man with Mr. Kenyon? He's dressed funny, you know?
So everybody saw it.
Everybody saw him.
And you were the eldest, so they were even younger than you.
They were younger than me, and they
didn't
him.
know what it was. So when did you realize, wait a minute?
Then Nancy, then Cindy came in, And she was the youngest. April was already in the kitchen. So Cindy was number 4. And she came in the kitchen and she said to my mother, Mom, who's that man with Mr. Kenyon? And Mom said, there's nobody with Mr. Kenyon. His son is on the way. He's not here yet. And so I'm sure that we as children assumed that a neighbor had stopped by and that he was just shy and he did not want to interact with little girls coming in with boxes. And then my sister Nancy walks into the kitchen and she leans over to Cindy and she says, Sin, did you see that man with Mr. Kenyon? I did, but he just disappeared. And boom, there it was.
So
then
when you said lovingly looking at him, so you think that he was looking at him from a place of affection and admiration?
Yes.
Wow.
And then when did you he disappeared. That makes you think as a 12-year-old that's a ghost. But what was it? How old were you? Or what was the moment where you really started to look into what are these ghosts? What is happening?
5 minutes after we moved into the house.
So, okay. So then you're like, we have ghosts here.
Instantaneous for me.
Okay.
Yeah, instantaneous for me. I knew that we were not living alone. I knew immediately that we were not living alone. I knew that this was very, very different from the house that we had just come from and that nothing was ever going to be the same.
So what changed for you from what you thought a ghost was in that moment in those 5 minutes versus what you think a spirit is now, if at all?
The same.
It's the same. So
same.
what is that? What is a spirit, Annie?
Spirit is... Okay, I'm going to give you my most famous quotation now.
Okay.
That's written on all of my coffee mugs because, you know, when you're a superstar, you have your own coffee mugs. And because coffee is the nectar of the gods,
I agree.
I have a coffee mug that says this. To be touched by... All right, let me get it right. To be touched by spirit is not a curse, but a blessing. It is that rare glimpse into the realm from which we come and will all inevitably return. Be not afraid. Be the light you seek.
Wow.
I'm
So,
sorry, I don't mean to be emotional, but I am a very emotional person.
That's okay.
And I
Take
can't help it. And I cry during every interview and everybody knows it. So I'm sure
Take a
that they will
moment.
give...
Take a moment. I'm going to do my best to try to make you laugh. That's kind of how I operate because I'm very uncomfortable around.
Already, just by suggestion, mere suggestion, I can laugh just that fast.
Okay, good. So when I hear a quote like that, do you look at spirit from a religious place, or in terms of what spirit is inside of us?
Yes. Okay, you asked me a very important pre-question the other day when we were talking before we did this interview. You asked me a very important pre-question. And then you told me to stop talking because you were afraid that I was going to spill all my good stuff and that it wouldn't be ready for your show.
I did. I wanted you to save it for the show.
I know. Okay, so I didn't have to save it because it is literally ingrained in me. It is a part of me. I participate in my own healing. I believe that all human beings need to be healed. I believe in Jesus Christ. And I also know... All right, I'm just going to read this to you. I'm just going to read what I wrote down for you because, Gary, I cared enough to make some notes. I never make notes. I always shoot from the hip. But I want you to hear this.
Let's hear it.
I choose to participate in my own healing. I am totally in on spiritual warrior aspect of who I am at my core, in my soul. Good is my mission, and God is my champion, and all faith is essentially paranormal in nature. We believe in Jesus Christ. The vast majority of people on this planet believe in a higher power. They believe in cosmic consciousness. They believe that there is a divine creator. Most people on this planet have a belief system. Even if your belief system is that you don't believe in God, that is still a belief system. And belief is what fires the mind and powers the soul. And our superpower as human beings is love. And when we tap into that, when we get there, when we understand that all of this is one singular realization of oneness, that we are one human race, and that we are all beloved, and that we are all created in a special way, and each one of us so individual, even when our cells split and we have an identical twin, there's still something that is different. It is two individuals who are interacting with each other and loving each other and being a family. And that's what's happening now. And who would have ever thought that with my diagnosis 15 months ago and all the upheaval around the farm and everything that's been happening and all the drama, that it would be me getting a deadly disease that would congeal and coalesce an entire community of very disparate, very eclectic individuals in the paranormal world. I mean, John, you've got to know, we're all so different. Some of us believe in the Celts, and some of us believe in the this, and some of us believe in the witches, and some of us believe in the, and we're all involved in spirit. We are completely, utterly, totally surrounded by spirit at all times. And I learned that as a very young child. And then here's the delve, and here's the deep delve. I needed to know. I needed to understand what was happening and what we were seeing in that house. And because I was a very precocious child and I was intellectually advanced for my age, I started reading Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, Walt Whitman, Nathaniel Hawthorne, all the metaphysicians. I wanted to read what they had to say. What is this? What is the House of Seven Gables? What is going on in that house that draws people from all over the world to feel the energy of that house? That is exactly the same thing that's happening at the farm. The farm is alive with death. The farm is alive with spirits. The farm is absolutely alive with the power and the glory. And some of them are cranky sons of bitches, and some of them are just as helpful and benevolent and kind and good as they could be. I take, for example, Mrs. John Arnold, who her name is Abigail. She and her husband John are the caretakers of that house. They know all the spirits. And they know that things were let into that house in the last year that should never have been allowed into that house. And it is time to get John Zaffis's ass up there and clear that house. All he's got to do is drive for a couple of hours from Connecticut, and he can be at the farm and he can clear the house. And we're going to move mountains. We are moving mountains. We are this coalescence that is happening, this momentum, this motivation that is happening to save the farm, not just for its historical integrity. I mean, as an original colonial home, it is one of the most outstanding pieces of architecture that's even left in the United States. And it needs to be preserved and protected and defended and rescued and salvaged and repaired. And all of that needs to happen. And I'm telling everybody, please, if you care at all about this magnificent edifice, $5 to a GoFundMe page. We've already raised close to $200,000.
We're gonna put that link up there for you, Annie, for sure. And I want to get into this. I was going to get into this in a bit, but since we're talking about it, a lot of dark stuff happened in that house too.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So but a lot of good stuff happened too. It wasn't all doom and gloom. It was darkness and it was light.
Hence the title of your book.
Exactly.
Yes. The title of your book.
But look, from my perspective though, do you feel, because here's the thing, like I know a lot of rodeo clowns and a lot of grade A assholes I'd love to give that house to, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm just sort of, sometimes when I hear you talk about it, it's almost like, and I hate to say it, but like, a little Stockholm syndrome or a battered wife syndrome where it's like, yeah, he slapped me around, but the flowers really brighten up the room that he bought me afterwards.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
know.
like,
Yeah, there's no shortage of assholes in the world. But and we've had no, I mean like no shortage. Honest to God, I could point them out just walking in front of this house.
so
But
why do you want to save the house? Like, you know what I mean? Like your connection to this house. I mean, I know there's good stuff in it, but you know what do you see what I'm saying? It's like
no, I
your
do.
connection.
But no, Gary, understand this. I was 12 years old. I just turned 67 years old. I've had time to think about this, to process this, to purge whatever needed to be purged. I've had time to heal and to know that what my mother went through in that house and what my sister Cindy went through and what my sister Christine went through and what my sister Nancy went through and what my sister April went through was nothing in comparison. What I went through is nothing in comparison to what they did. I had, for lack of a better word, a multi-dimensional relationship with the spirits. I know that sounds bizarre. I am not sitting on your show trying to
No, it
convince
doesn't.
No, it
anybody
doesn't.
of
I
any.
so I speak about this all the time,
Okay,
interdimensional
trust
stuff
me.
with my documentation. So please speak your mind and speak your truth. Well, we'd love to hear it.
Well, I'll tell you, there's been faith. All right, I'm going to quote Khalil Gibran. Faith is a knowledge within the heart, beyond reach of proof. There is no proof. And we've got evidence up the yin yang. Oh my God. I mean, thousands of hours of evidence that has been collected in that house, and years and years and years of people getting EVPs that are like class A EVPs and all kinds of stuff coming back through computers, and the Echo box and the Spirit box and the this box and the that box. I don't need a box. I am the box. They just come to me and they talk to me and they interact with me. And whenever I walk in that house, it doesn't matter what group of people is in that house. Every one of their dinky little light shiny devices light up like Christmas trees. As soon as I walk in the house and I greet the spirits and they hear my voice, I do tours of that house with groups, or I used to, over the phone. And all they had to do was put it on speakerphone. And all I had to do was greet my spirits. And the whole entire house would come alive. And everybody's oohing and eyeing and crying and clapping. And unbelievable emotional response to being actually present with spirit and allowing them to allow us to interact with them. They are real. Spirit is real. Spirit is true. And anybody that is touched by it, you cannot be untouched. Once you have been touched by spirit, that is a permanent condition. There's no fixing it. There's no going back. You can turn your back on it, on that open door, but eventually something is going to come through and tap you on the shoulder and say, I'm right here and I've been here all along. And I
think we agree with you for sure. We're not debunkers here. We're of the believe first sort of place.
Well, good, because belief first is the best way to go. Because you know what, Gary? It's all we've got. All we've got is hope. That's all we've got. And for us to be able to be in a position now technologically, but also spiritually, to be able to determine what spirit is active around us, to be able to feel the presence of my mother after she passed away last year, to know that she is right here with me, to know that my sister is right here with me, to know that they gave Christmas gifts to the dogs. They gave Christmas gifts to the dogs that were under the tree. We don't know where they came from. 2 years ago, before my mother passed away, April brought Christmas gifts to her dog and put them under our Christmas tree. They were not there when we left for the family gathering. They were there when we came home, and no one was in this house except April. You know, this is, when I tell you
This is
the
your life.
power that they possess to be able to manipulate objects, to be able to literally work in outside of 3D, outside of 4D, even maybe into 5D and beyond. We live in a multi-dimensional universe. We only think that we live in our little 3D shell.
Okay,
But we have to peck our way out of that and find our way to the truth. And the truth will set you free.
Annie, I want to ask you, because, you talked about it took you years to process, and based on what you just said, the multidimensional self. When did that conclusion come to you? That was not a 12-year-old within 5 minutes saying we're living in multiple dimensions. So when did you?
No, I was about 15 and I was reading Emerson. I was reading his essay Circles. And it made sense to me. It resonated with me. And on Hawthorne resonated with me too.
So you'd already been living in the house for 3 years. You start reading, you're a teenager, you start reading these books and with the metaphysical, and that sort of puts you in this space to sort of really take a grasp on this outlook on life. And did any of that, has that evolved or changed at all, that worldview versus metaphysical versus spirituality, as you've progressed and learned more about yourself and the house?
Well, keep in mind that I was thrown out of the Catholic Church for asking too many provocative questions.
That's fine by us. We're cool with that.
Completely fine.
Both John and I went to Catholic school, and we are totally like anti-Catholic Church. The church,
Yeah. Well, I love Pope Leo. I'm totally cool with Pope Leo. I'm all down with Pope Leo. But I am never going to self-identify as any specific religion. I mean, I come from an ancient sect. My mother, my father is pure French, from the Alsace-Lorraine area. Their family immigrated to Canada in 1518 and then came down into New England. My mother is Scottish and Cherokee Indian. She was Welsh and Irish and English and a real Heinz 57 mix, but she was also part of the Pecht. She went back to her lineage. When we did her ancestry, went back to the Vikings. So my mother was when she was alive, was one of 9 women left on Earth that had the mitochondrial DNA of a Viking queen.
Wow.
So I come from good stock.
Sure. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's sort of what you walked in with, that sort of belief system. And then it slowly changed as a teenager. And then afterwards, did you ever look back and say, I thought this was this then, but now that can you give us a specific example of what you thought it was then and when you were living through it versus how you look at that spirit or entity now and what you think it really was or is?
Our first Easter in the house, we all went to our new parish, which was St. Patrick's in Harrisville. And we had been in the house for several months. Everybody knew what was happening except my father, who is king of denial, who's like, no, it's all your, all you hysterical females. They're like, fuck that noise. There was nothing hysterical about any of us. And he didn't believe us because he was scared shitless. And that's the fact. And you know what? He's just going to have to deal with that and live with that. He's 90 years old. I think he's come to terms with the fact that he was scared shitless, that he had moved his entire family into a house that he had absolutely zero control over. So we all go to church on Easter Sunday. And my sister, we filled our own pew because there were 7 of us. And at the very end of Mass, the priest said, and the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. And April turned and looked at my mother, and at the top of her little girl voice, she was only 6 years old, and at the top of her voice, she said, "See, Mommy, God's got ghosts just like we do." And every head in that church turned, and the priest followed my father out with our family. And he said, Mr. Perrin, I would appreciate it if you would take your family and worship elsewhere. And that's what the
sounds
Catholic
like a
Church,
Catholic
with their
priest.
rituals and their seances and
Yeah.
their expulsions and their exorcisms, that he was as scared as anybody else. He didn't want to lose his flock. He didn't want the weird family that had just moved in coming into his church. And my mother and my father got in the car, and my father was livid, furious. My father had been born and raised in the Catholic tradition. He attended parochial school. He was an altar boy for most of his youth. He joined the Navy right out of high school, and then he met my mother and married her. And he was going to come back after the Navy and go into the seminary to become a priest. That is how serious my father was about his Roman Catholic upbringing, and to be shunned and discarded as though we had absolutely no value at all in that parish as a new family moving into the town. He got in the car. I was sitting in the back seat, and I could see he was just grinding his teeth. And my mother turned and she looked over into the back seat and she said, girls, if you want to know God, go to the woods. Go to the woods. And we did. So if we are pagans, then we are pagans, but we went to the woods.
Wow.
And there I found God.
So I was actually going to ask a question about that. There's always so much talk about the farm, but there's so much woods on the property. And when I was, just doing some deep dives, I never heard much about it. And now you're speaking
It's
about the
very
woods.
active, John.
I would
Very
love
active.
to hear about the woods if you would like to share just a little bit.
April had an experience in the woods that I think is the most compelling. I think it's in volume. No, Nancy too. Nancy had a very compelling experience in the woods. But April went down into, we had 200 acres. And she was about 10 years old, and she went down into a pine forest grove that we had back on the acreage. And she saw children. She saw at least 10 children, and it was right across, it was like a half a mile away, not even a half a mile away from the Nipmuc River, which flooded occasionally, like really badly flooded. And so she was walking through the pine forest, and she could see little children dressed as Indians. She said they had the moccasins and they had the little coats, and it was springtime, and they were stepping over lady slippers that were in the pine forest, and they all died together in a flood 200 years before. All those children were swept away by a flash flood.
You're not making me want to keep this house. You're not making me want to keep this house, Andy. I'm telling you right now. I don't know what we're talking about.
But it's brilliant, Gary. It's brilliant. Can you imagine? They were in real time. They were in real time in a pine forest that did not exist when they lived. It was not there.
What do you think after all these years, what is it about the place versus the spirit? Is it a place? Is it a time? Is it a spirit? What is the connection? Why there? What do you think it is? What's going on?
I think that it's a portal or a vortex of some kind. I think that there are extraterrestrials that are definitely involved, and that might make some of your listeners' heads spin right off, but I am very tight with our galactic family. We are not alone in the universe, and that is just a fact. And nobody has to believe me. I don't care I really don't give a shit who believes me.
No, it's fine. I want to know. I want to know about your connection.
Listen, as I stated before, the viewers that are going to listen to this, I document interdimensional entities all the time. So
you do have, yes, your reputation precedes you for that, John.
Yeah, thank you.
How do you connect extraterrestrials to spirits?
I think that everything is the same thing. I think that everything is energy. I think that if anybody wants to know what's really going on, that they need to read Einstein and they need to read Tesla, because these were two of the greatest scientific minds of this or any generation, and both of them were deeply faithful people. And Einstein came to it later in life, but he understood that MC squared, E equals MC squared, is divine. And he understands that. And it's just the titular point of us understanding our universe. But we live in a multidimensional universe, which is why in the 1940s, when we started exploding atomic and hydrogen bombs on this planet, they came. If they could get here, they came. And the reason that they came was because not only were we destroying our own planet, we were also doing damage elsewhere in the universe. And that is why we have had the influx of technology, and we have had the influx of sightings, and we have had the influx, although you do not hear of visitations or abductions very much anymore. And there's a reason for that, because the Federation called an end to it. That just has to stop. They have to understand that even if they're just partially humanoid and partially AI, that we have feelings. And
Do you believe in past life regression?
I don't know. I've never had it done, and I don't think that I've been here before. And I had a very, very famous, world famous hypnotist that literally threw a check back at me and said, "I can't hypnotize you. You're not from here. Get out of my office."
Well, that's awesome, by the way. I find that
Well, I cried.
really
I went
fantastic.
into the goddamn parking deck at the building and sat there and cried for a half an hour because I didn't. I was only in my 20s and I didn't understand what he was saying to me.
Well, the one thing I did an interview with a QHHT therapist, right? Quantum hypnosis healing therapy and past
Cool.
life regression. And the past life, what I've come to learn about it, what many of them believe in, is that it is not. Saying past life is a misnomer. It's more of a everything everywhere all at once.
Thank you very much. I now am madly in love with you. Now I am madly in love with you. Luckily, you are on the other side of the country and you can't deal with this crazy woman person to person. But that is exactly right. You are exactly right.
What you're talking about with energy and dimensions and other, and there's aliens and extraterrestrials, rather, I should say, and the connection between that energy is all something that they believe in wholeheartedly, because it's less about what you were before, but it's what that timeline of you is.
That's right. And it's
right?
what you are becoming. It is what you are becoming. We are in a rapid evolution of human consciousness. We are in that right now. And I call it the paradigm shift. And it's very simple to explain. The paradigm shift is what happens when everything changes and nothing is ever the same again. And we have a complete new open opportunity to examine our universe in a completely different way. I wrote a little piece, a treatise as part of one of my books a few years ago, and it's called The Chicken and the Egg. And one night, excuse me, just a second.
I don't know what came first. If you're about to ask me what came first, please don't. I don't have an answer.
No, I have your answer for you.
All right, let's hear it.
I went outside. Well, I was working on a screenplay, actually. And I used to get pushed around quite a bit in the middle of the night. I still do. I'm usually out at about 3 o'clock in the morning every morning talking to my galactic family. And the sky lights up and they are beautiful and nobody's around to see. And so it's very, very personal. And I bring the dogs because the dogs are not afraid of them except up close. They don't like them. At a distance is fine, but not up close. But I went outside because I got pushed in my bed. I had already closed down the computer and I went to bed. And it was about 3 o'clock in the morning and I got pushed while I was in bed. Well, I was in Florida and it was winter, which meant that I had to put slippers and a robe on to go outside. And I didn't want to go outside. And I said, no, not tonight. Leave me alone. Nope. I got pushed again. I got up, I put my robe, I put my slippers on, I went out into our expansive driveway, and I looked up at the sky and I said, what is it? I was aggravated. I was tired. I was depleted, and I just wanted to go to bed. What is it? And instead of seeing a flash in the sky or seeing an arc of golden light or a green streak that literally traced the circular circumference of the world, because sometimes they're far enough out that when they're flying that fast, you can literally see the arc of the world. I didn't see that night. Gary, what I saw was a flash of light that was so bright that it almost knocked me back in the driveway. And in that split second, I was 12 years old again. I was 12 years old, and we had just gone to the chicken farm. And because my parents wanted to be gentlemen and gentle lady farmers, and they wanted their kids to have good fresh eggs. And so they took us across the border to Connecticut to a chicken farm. And there were all the chickens. And there were the farmer and his wife. And the farmer's wife took my mother and all 5 of us into I think they call it the candler shop, where they've got all the little eggs set up in incubators. And my father was talking to the farmer. and when we went in there, one of the eggs started to move. And I got so excited. I was just a little kid, and I got so excited, and I wanted to hold the baby chicken so bad. And I reached over and I put my hand on that egg, and I started to crack the shell. And my mother pulled my hand back, and she said, "No, honey, if you crack the shell, the baby will die." I was mortified. And what she was trying to tell me was the amount of energy that it took for that chicken to peck its way out of its own encasement, out of its own egg, was exactly equivalent to the amount of energy and stamina that would require to live outside the egg. And so all of a sudden, the chicken and the egg took on completely new meaning for me. And I understood that the reason why I never had that memory again was because I learned my lesson that day as a 12-year-old. Do not crack the egg. If the egg does not crack from the inside out, the chicken will perish. And that is true of us. It is true of every single one of us. We have to find our way through our own spiritual evolution. And it's not vertical. It's not horizontal. It's all over the place. And it's every single one of us every day is confronted with 1,000 different things that we need to make a decision about. And how do we want to live? And every morning when we wake up to a new day. And every morning we decide, whether consciously or subconsciously, how do we want this day to be? And I choose to live in the light, and nothing dark can touch me, not even cancer.
I'm feeling a little guilty about eating scrambled eggs this morning. I'll tell you that. After
Well, you should, because you know what? I had them yesterday morning and I felt guilty too. But I have to eat something because I've lost so much friggin' weight so fast.
I got to tell you, your energy is top shelf. I can't. Yeah. I mean, if you didn't tell us you were battling cancer right now, I would never guess it.
We would have never. Yeah,
I mean that truthfully.
Yeah. Because I'm not putting up with this bullshit. Yeah, okay, now that I know, I mean, you started this show with a fuck. Okay, so I'm going to tell you my daily mantra. My daily mantra is get the fuck out of my big fat fluffy temple now, you rotten son of a bitch. Go back and live with your father, the devil. Amen. That is my mantra.
That's intent.
That is intent.
That is intent. I speak of intent all the time. That is intent. And it's strong.
Andy, how do you tell people, or do people come to you and ask you, like, what do I do with this ghost in my house? Or what do I do with this? How do you?
I thought you were about to ask her how she like her scrambled eggs.
No. No.
Soft with cheese.
I love it with cheese.
Baby.
Little corned beef.
Corned beef, a little hash, babe.
Oh, yeah.
I hate corned beef.
Oh, John,
corned beef
you're
never
come over. We're going to have to chow down. I'm telling you.
Oh, we're going to have to, definitely.
Gary, I don't know. I don't know if he can handle it or not.
No, I'm not a corned beef eater. Not a chance. Not for me. There's certain things I won't touch. I can go through the rest of my life without ever having it. But it's when you have such a strong outlook on it, but not everybody is. I'm going to say not everybody's as strong as you are. I'll tell you that right now. Even some of the people we've met and dealt with. So, what is how do you help? What kind of advice do you give people? One, to identify with what they're dealing with, how to process what they're dealing with, and how to live with or leave that situation.
All right, I'm going to say something now that is going to be difficult to hear. A lot of these people have mental illness issues. A lot of
Yeah.
these.
I say it all the time. I say it all the
Sure.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do not do home investigations. I've never done investigations. Why would I need to investigate jack shit? You know, I'm going and looking for something I already know exists. That's ridiculous. But I know a lot of people that do home investigations, and they will walk into a house of squalor and screaming babies and dirty diapers and dishes in the sink and pets that have not been cared for. And then they walk in and they say, you know, what can we do to help you? And the woman says, I have a demon in my house. She's the demon. She's the demon. I don't believe in demons. I've never seen a demon. I don't know what a demon is. I know that there is evil in the world. All you have to do is turn the news on, and on any given night, and you can watch all the evil that you could possibly want to see. The proof is, you know, I mean, good and evil exist in this world. And that's just how it is. But she is the one that's attached. She is the one that's struggling. She is the one that is scared. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. My throat
No,
is so dry.
take your time.
Orange juice.
Yo.
It's the good stuff.
With vodka?
Stuff, okay, and this happens, sadly, much more than you might think that it does. But there are actual cases of infestation, and there are actual cases where I believe that an exorcist is a necessary fixture in the placement of it. And Ed and Lorraine Warren dealt with some of that themselves. And I have had some personal experience with it as well. Not for me personally, but from a very, very close friend of mine who was invited to assist on an exorcism. And the woman in the room turned to him and told him things about his childhood that she could not possibly have known. And he was completely and totally freaked out, and he had to leave the exorcism, and he had to leave the house, and he's never looked back.
It feels, let me ask you this, because when I hear about exorcisms, in that sense, which is a very religious ceremony.
Yeah, it is.
Is it a bit performative? Is it more just a way to show?
Yeah, it is.
Right?
It is.
Okay.
And that's very unfortunate. You know, there was no exorcism in our house. My mother was not possessed. My mother was attacked by something that Lorraine Warren's spiritual medium invited into the house during a seance that my father did not want to happen. And within 5 minutes, Gary, I am telling you, I'm looking directly into your eyes. I am telling you, within 5 minutes, my mother was levitating in a chair and was tossed 20 feet from the middle of our dining room into the middle of our parlor. And when her head struck the floor that night, I blamed the Warrens. And when her head struck the floor that night, everyone that was present in that house thought they had just watched my mother die. So I know about childhood trauma. And that was, of everything that I have ever had to deal with in my entire life, that was the worst moment of my life. Watching my mother fly was the worst moment of my life. And she was out of it. She was completely like not comatose, but catatonic. She never knew, right till the day she died, she never had any memory of that night. But everybody else that was present in that house that night, including Ed Warren, that took a punch right directly in the face from my father because he tried to stop my father from going to my mother. And that was a big mistake. I mean, that was a big mistake, like Marie Antoinette saying, let them eat cake.
Let them eat cake.
Except that she made a bigger mistake. And what she said after that was that cost her head was never party with peasants. Party with the fucking peasants, okay? Party with the peasants. You want to party? Party with the peasants.
Poverty made her uncomfortable,
Annie.
Poverty made her uncomfortable. I get it.
Yeah, I guess it did. I'm sure. But, you know, just as an aside, because, you know, my mother always said that I was the queen of high strangeness. And she always said that I row with one oar in the river of consciousness and go in circles and circles and circles. But you know what? Here's the thing about the river of consciousness, the river of life. When we're little kids and we see this incredible body of water spread out in front of us, our life ahead of us, we're excited, and we might actually toe dabble, and we might go sit on the bank of the shore and let the water run over our toes, but it's scary because it's so fast and it's so powerful. And then we get older and we get older and then we get older, and then we start to crave jumping into that life body of water. And then we think that what we want is up around the corner, around the bend, and we can't see it, but we jump into this raging body of water and we start swimming against the current because we think what we want is someplace that we can't see it when it's right in front of us. And when your lungs are on fire and your arms are burning and you have got nothing left to expend, flip over and float. The universe knows the way.
I mean,
I agree.
yes, that's a wildly powerful way to think about how to just get through any tough time.
Flip
You're
over
right.
and float, baby.
People panic.
Yep.
Roll with it.
Yeah.
Roll with
And
it.
then they drown. They drown in their own despair, and they drown in their own struggling, and they drown looking for faith that was right there with them all along.
But is that an advice tip for someone who might be going through a similar experience of what you were going through? It's like, look, get on your back and roll with these things around you.
I have been through this last 8 days. I have had 3 PET scans, 3 MRIs, infusions, building a mask for radiation for the 5 tumors that they have discovered in my brain. And it has absolutely nothing, I'm sure that you can tell from my conversation with you, that 5 little tumors in my brain, a couple of lesions and a couple of little tumors, are not in any way impacting me negatively. I am not putting up with this. Get out of my fluffy temple now.
Yeah.
Now, do you feel that there is a possibility that what you're experiencing now is due to your exposure to these interdimensional energies and powers?
No.
No?
No, I think that I'm supposed to have this cancer so that I can heal from this cancer, so that I can write a book and tell other people how to heal from cancer. I think that that's exactly what's happening, and that it's part of my mission. It's part of my journey, and I embrace it. I embrace it, not as a perversion. Because of this cancer, we're going to get the farmhouse back, and we're going to save that farmhouse because people care so much about me, and I am so deeply grateful, and I am so humbled, and I can't even tell you the outreach for me, for Jason Hawes to be able to fulfill my greatest wish, which would be my greatest legacy. It would be my greatest legacy to be any part of a pivotal part of changing the outcome and the history of this house and
let's talk
giving
about
it a
that.
future.
Well,
What do you want it to
your
be?
positivity alone towards what your affliction right now is amazing. And I think so many people hearing your words about that subject, you probably do a lot of good, helping a lot of people. So that's awesome. Your attitude is just incredible. I mean,
even the attitude towards this haunted horror show of the house is amazing to me. Like, first of all, I mean, I don't even know. That's, like I said, if I bought the house, I'm burning it down. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to build a new house.
So therefore, you're not allowed to buy the house.
No, you don't want me to have it. Now, I'll support whoever. So what do you want to see? Why do you want it to be bought? And what do you want it to be in 10 years from now? It's bought by somebody you respect. They bought it. What is happening there?
What is happening is that we are making films and we are making documentaries and we are documenting evidence that is irrefutable evidence. And we are capturing and capturing and capturing more and more and more. And what we are doing is we are letting people into the house to feel the fire of this house, to feel the energy of this house, to feel the blessed, burning, sacred bush of this house. It is.
Is there any fear? Is there anything in that house that's off limits that you wouldn't want people to go near or experience?
No,
Just even though what you
no.
lived through and seen?
No
what
fear.
your mother went through?
No, there should be no fear. As soon as I walk in that house, as soon as I'm associated with that house, everything is calm. Everybody steps forward. Everybody has whatever they have to say. You know, I've worked with Cody and Satori in the house. They are absolutely brilliant. They practice Numanism, which is a very rare spiritual art, and they are brilliant at it. And I don't care what anybody ever has to say about Cody and Satori. Cody and Satori are my children. They are my adopted children. Thankfully, Jason Hawes was kind enough to share his daughter with me. Cody's parents are totally fine if I just take them, take him completely off their hands. And these are my people, and this is my tribe. And Friday night when I do my show, I have a podcast called A World Awakening on, well, it's everywhere. It's just kind of everywhere. KGRA radio, but it's a multicast all over the world. And on Friday night, I'm going to have the entire team of caretakers from the farm and all of our plans and everything that we want to do. And I will be there, and I will be taking my friends, and I will find a way to get on a plane, and I will find a way to bring my agent with me so that if I need any help, I will have the assistance that I need. My dear Greta Reefer, who's my agent and my dear, dear friend. And I will go to the farm, and we will welcome and embrace everybody, because that's the thing. This farm is for the community. This isn't Jason's farm. This isn't Cody and Satori's farm. It doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to everyone. He just has to facilitate the sale. So we're talking about money. We can raise the money. The money's almost raised. We're doing
and
really well.
We'll be sure to put a link to this GoFundMe in the link tree in my bio and in this description of this when we drop this episode for sure. There had to be a point of, absolutely, no, thank you. What was the point where you realized that even a spirit that might have appeared to be combative now is not, when did that realization click, and sort of the discovery of that and how you classified it?
Well, my attitude about it was knock it off, and I had a couple of incidents where like some smoky gray stuff started seeping under my door, and I'm like, I'm busy. I'm doing my homework now. You're going to have to come back another time. That's always just been my attitude with them. And then, it just smoky seeps away and just goes away. I mean, I have an ongoing relationship with the spirits at the farm. I have always had that. I will always have that. There are members of my family that my mother never went back after the day that we left that farm. She never went back. My sister Cindy will never go back. Christine will never go back. Nancy would go back in a heartbeat. And April is still attached to our little Henry Richardson, or Oliver. We don't know if his name was Henry or Oliver, but the little boy that she met at the farm that she befriended. And I have animals walking. Sorry.
No,
animals.
we're all about, especially cats here. So you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. I got the kitty and 2 doggies, but they're being good. I had to shut down everything so that they get distracted while I was doing my interview.
No, it's all right. So your connection. Do you feel that you have left some of your energy in that house?
Yes. Oh my God, yes. But it's all positive. It's all positive, and they know that I love them. Even the cranky ones. They had hard lives, Gary. I mean, these people didn't have electricity. They didn't have running water. They didn't have heat unless they cut it down off their own property.
Say no more. My idea of camping is 4 seasons where the TV's down.
Yeah, I know. So a total nervous breakdown. Oh my God, the cable's down.
No way.
Really? We have no idea
I'm a
the
princess.
hardships they faced. Bathsheba Sherman, she lost all of her children except one before the age of 4. What that woman went through and then got blamed for. She didn't do anything wrong. Bathsheba didn't do anything wrong. I know Bathsheba. She didn't do anything wrong. It was Mrs. Warren that decided to pin everything on her and then wrote it up in a case file that got made into a fictional film. You know,
Girl
the
on girl
real
crime.
story is so much more compelling and so deeply spiritual and so filled with empathy and compassion. You know, these spirits had hard lives. And who knows? I mean, think about 200 years ago. Everybody's all freaked out about their religion now, okay? Now imagine 200 years ago
Sure.
when you have decided that it's the end of your life and you have climbed a ladder and hung yourself in the barn. Okay, now, do you go to the light, or is that light fire and brimstone of hell everlasting because you dared to challenge God and take your life, which was the predominant belief system at the time? So suicide was considered the ultimate sin. Or do you stay where you're comfortable? Do you stay where you are known, where the other spirits are, where your family and your ancestors still are? Do you stay comfortably at home even though you are free, finally, from a body ravaged by wounds and pain and age? Do you stay home or do you go to the light? And what does that light mean? And is it the light of everlasting salvation, or is it the light of damnation? Now,
That's a great
be a
point.
ghost 200 years
Perspective.
ago and ask yourself that question.
Right. Perspective is a great
Would
a
you
piece of this that you don't ask.
would you say that, let's say, people believe in attachments and spirits following them and whatnot. Would you say if somebody walked in there with the spirit that has never been on the farm, would you say that the farm would have a way of elevating or amplifying that
And welcoming them.
and
I have
welcoming
two
them?
friends. This is a very important story, and I know we're running short on time, but this is very
Please
important.
take your time.
And this,
Take your time.
John,
I have as
take
much
your
time
time.
as you do. If you get tired, you
Yeah,
want
if
to
you
break.
got time, yeah, definitely.
We've got it.
John, this will particularly appeal to you because of your research. I have two friends. One of them has passed away now, but had two friends. One of them had a profound hearing loss, and one of them was blind. And when they went to the farm, their sensory perceptions were completely healed for the time that they were on that property. And then when they left the property, the impairments returned. What is that?
Wow. And I just want to point out, this is a place that the media, in Hollywood and everything has turned into,
Yeah.
a horror. And here's a
horror.
beautiful story. And that goes into another question I was going to ask you, but you just answered it there. What a beautiful story of two people with, one's blind, one's deaf, and then all of a sudden having the chance and the experience to hear and see. I mean,
See,
that is just
and then
amazing.
leave and have those
That's
impairments
amazing.
return.
So what do you think that is?
Yeah.
Why do you think it was the spirits there allowing them to see and
Well,
hear?
Yeah, the house is on ley lines.
Okay.
There's rivers and creeks and water, and it's on the Lost River of New Hampshire that was buried during the last ice age.
Yep.
And that's the well for the house. It was 700 feet down when they finally struck water. My father had a new well put in, and 700 feet down is pretty damn deep to go. And they found the Lost River of New Hampshire. You can literally stand on that property and you can feel the raging river moving 700 feet
Underneath.
below where you are standing. You can feel the vibration in the stone walls. You can lay on the bridge overneath, over above the Nipmuc River, and you can feel the trembling of the earth. This place is absolutely alive. I don't know if you're familiar with FLIR technology, but I have a FLIR picture of that farm that looks like it's on fire. It's a nighttime shot of a FLIR picture of that farm with energy coming off of it to the extent that it looks like it's fully engulfed in flames.
Was this an aerial shot? Was this taken from like a aerial,
Yeah,
like a drone
no,
or
it was taken from the ground.
from the ground? Wow, that's amazing.
Yep.
But
Yep.
this speaks to a lot of what a lot of people we've spoken to, different mediums or even witches or people who have experience when you have this thought of vibration. and energy and how everything vibrates and everything's connected in that energy.
Frequency. Yes.
Frequency is another one. And
Yep.
let me ask you this. Here, this is John's theory, and I tend to sort of lean into it. And John, I'm going to speak for it. I'll articulate it for you a second, of what spirits are, which is sort of our, we all have energy within us, right? We all have energy.
It's what keeps our heart beating.
Right.
Yes.
We have literal electric synapses firing
Yes.
at all times.
At all times.
And so the belief is that spirits are our memories or our consciousness, because we really don't know what the mind is or what that does. Attached to that energy that gets dissipated when we pass.
Yes.
That consciousness. That's kind of what.
But it doesn't dissipate. It transforms.
It
It
yes.
does not. Energy
It doesn't
cannot be
dissipate.
destroyed, and it cannot be created.
It
That's
can
right.
only
transforms, it
exist.
transfers 100%.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So that's kind of how we look at what a spirit is. It's this consciousness, this memories of ours, taking on a new space or whatever that may be.
Yeah.
Do you feel that the house, the farm, is somehow a magnet? That might be a bad word for that energy.
It's an excellent word choice. And I am magnetized to the farm, and the farm is magnetized to me. And I have that, and my father has it too, and my sister Nancy has it too. Absolute magnetism. My father had a relationship with one of the spirits that was very problematic with my mother. It's like a big chunk of volume 2 of the trilogy. But the third volume was the hardest to write. And even though it is the shortest of the 3 volumes of House of Darkness, House of Light, it was also when we left the farm. And I thought it would be the easiest to write because, okay, yada, yada, we, did our thing. And now it's time to leave the farm. But oh my God, that's where everything opens up in volume 3. That's where everything opens up, and we realize there was a spirit. My sister refused to move. She refused to move. She was so angry at my parents for selling the farm, my sister Nancy. And when we left the farm that day, there was an apparition standing right behind her. And 2 days later, when we got to Georgia and Cindy was waiting at the new house in Georgia, that same apparition was standing behind the window in the new house in Georgia, 1,200 miles away, 2 days later. And my mother grabbed my hand and she said, "This is not over. This will never be over." And no truer words were ever spoken by a mortal soul.
Wow.
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 I look at, why do you think that your family has that, how do I ask this question? What makes you think that you're more of a magnet or an attraction for spirit?
I have absolutely no idea, other than I'm not from here. I am on the earth, but I am not of this earth, which is why I know I can defeat anything that comes my way, and then I can show other people how to do exactly the same thing. And that is my mission, and that is my purpose. And I am here to spread love, because love is our superpower. Love is everything. And when we tap into that frequency, and when that resonates with each and every one of us, and we understand that we are each and every one of us a member of one common human family, and that we are not alone in the universe, and that we are loved, and that we are protected, and that we are envisioned to live lives of promise and purpose. And I live a life of promise and purpose, and I don't let anything dark come near me. Nothing is allowed to come near me.
Well, that's for sure. I have no doubt that you're going to attack this latest ailment with the same level of intent that you've kept
definitely.
Spirits at bay, without
Yeah.
question. Do you consider yourself like a medium of any kind?
No,
Not at all.
I'm everything. We're all everything. I don't put labels. I do not, I manipulate energy, but I don't list myself as a witch. I have witchy characteristics. I am able to do things that other people cannot do. I am able to leave my body when I'm laying on a table and look at myself being, like a CT scan. I watched from above, and I didn't move a muscle because they had to line that mask up exactly right. So I didn't move a muscle. I laid there like I was looking at a dead body on an ice slab. And that was 2 days ago in the hospital in the morning. I am unaffected, completely unaffected by anything in this realm that challenges me. I will not tolerate conflict. I will not tolerate discord. I will not tolerate hatefulness. And I am all about spreading the light and the love. There is one message and one message only. And I don't care what people do or what they say or how this perversion of faith that has happened around the world, perversion of faith. That's how we got Hamas. That's how we got this. That's how we got that. You know, I mean, we are in a place now of absolute revolution and evolution. And the word love is in both of those words. The word love is in both of those words. We
I
need
blame
to
social
focus
media.
our attention on that.
I blame social media, even though it's
Yeah, I
terrible to
blame
say
social
because we
media
use
for
it.
everything.
I mean, we unfortunately we're social media babies here, you know, and it's John's, you know, that's where he built his audience. It's sort of the new way of doing things, but I truly believe it is an existential threat. Certainly to civility.
It's an existential threat to civility.
And it's really been, you know, people can just say things and they don't think
do
about
it
consequences.
And they don't care who they offend.
It's like
care who they hurt.
When I deal with, it's like when I deal with spirits and I tell people, everyone's like, oh, it's so negative. This is so negative. And it's like, no, it's not. The problem is that the negative for some odd reason is more loud than the positive. And it's the same with social media. Social media can bring people together and bring communities together. But at the same time, it can tear things apart. When it tears things apart, it seems louder, but it's not.
Enragement is engagement.
Exclusive, John. They're not mutually exclusive. Both can be true at once.
I agree.
And that's therein lies your problem.
Exactly. You know, it's wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a world we're living in.
What a world we're living in.
What a world. What a world.
We have the power to change it.
We do.
We do. And I believe that, and I will believe that till I draw my last breath on this earth. I will never stop. I will never stop. I want to bring light into people's lives. And you know what? When I am in a group of people and I'm doing an event and people walk up to me and they wrap their arms around me and they start to sob and they tell me things that they've never told anyone ever. Not their parents, not their siblings, not their spouse, but they tell me because they know that I'm trustworthy, and what they're telling me, I can say to them and look in their eyes and say, I believe you. And those 3 words are just as powerful as I love you.
That is true. That is true. When you give somebody you just let them know that you're listening. Being a listener as opposed to talker is great.
And they sob because they've been touched by spirit and they don't understand, and it's scary to them. And I tell them, be not afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of. We are more powerful. When people tell me they're having an issue in their house, I'm like, sit down and make 2 cups of tea and put a nice little piece of china on the table and have a talk with the spirit that you consider offending you.
Annie, what if first of all, again, thank you for your time here, and I don't want to keep you too much longer. You've given us a lot of time, you know.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you. An amazing interview.
What are some questions
it's my pleasure. You couldn't be more delightful, and I will join you anytime. I know I'm in like really metaphysical headspace today.
I love it. No, I love it, because what I want to know is you have put so many pieces together. You have made very clear decisions of what you have experienced. You've, categories. What questions do you have still about what you've experienced? Are there any?
No.
You have no questions you want left unanswered that are
I
unanswered.
wanted to make sure that my mother, I have a friend who's a medium. She called me a few months ago. When my baby sister April died in 2017, she died quite suddenly and tragically from a fentanyl overdose that was given to her by her doctor. And she was only 51 years old. She was 2 weeks away from her 52nd birthday. It fucking devastated our family. It absolutely, we lost our baby girl for no good reason other than a really botched prescription. And April came to us, and before she was supposed to go in and have surgery on her neck, she came and she brought her little dog Sammy down here so that he could stay while she was in the hospital. And the next morning, when my niece went to pick her mom up to take her to the hospital, she found her body. And it was that was like kind of the beginning of the end, you know, because we were no longer a family of 7, and yet we still are. And yet April is there. So anyway, my friend Kristen calls me, and she's like, you have a question for your mother. And this is, mom passed away in June of last year. And she said, you have a very specific question for your mother. And I said, well, let me think, because I didn't expect to hear from her. And I said, yes, I need to know if mom and April are together. That's all I need to know, if mom and April are together. And she got very quiet. And then she said the most important, impactful words to me. She said, pineapple upside down cake. When April came down, she wanted mom to make her a pineapple upside down cake, and mom kept putting her off and saying, I'll do it after your surgery, but she never came home. And I knew that when Kristen said that they were together, because my mother regretted that to the last breath, that she never made that cake for April. And that's all April asked for, and it's all she wanted. And mom didn't make the cake for her because she was going to make it when she came home to recover from the surgery. And I know that they are together. And I know, as hard as it is not to be able to feel them in my arms anymore, I feel them in my heart. And I embrace them. And I feel the healing that's coming from them. And I am so grateful to you and to John and to everybody who is being supportive and so kind and compassionate and generous of spirit. We are all spirit. Each and every one of us is a form of spirit. We're just having a human experience right now. And all we need to do is breathe and flip over and float and find our way, because the universe knows the way home.
You know what's top shelf about you, Annie, is that I ask you a question of like, what is there something you know that you don't want to know, and the story, and you say no, and the story you give is so personal, and like, I know, I got it, I'm covered. I know my mom's there, I know my sister's there. Yeah, I don't really, I got it. I got all the answers I need, and that is quite.
I agree. I mean, listen, remove all the experiences you had at the farm, remove all of this, and Annie, you are such a pleasant person to speak to.
That is wild.
It's this has been an amazing interview. So thank you for that. Thank you for listen, everything.
And we will, of course, we're going to put the GoFundMe up again. That link will be in the description here and in the link tree in my bio, for the Conjuring House that they're trying to keep it preserved. I think that's being, the face of that is Jason Hawes, who you guys would know. Yes. The OG from Ghost Hunters, who spawned a lot of babies here in social media and elsewhere to get into ghost hunting. I don't know if he realizes what he's done to the world of the paranormal by doing that show and creating people like my nephew here to start, but it's, I
love it.
It's funny,
it's
but
great.
We'll post that for you. I mean, you clearly have a passion for it. We want to help you out any way we can. We thank you for your time, and your story is wonderful. And I think I want people to look at it as your story is one of survival on many fronts, and coping and living with what one would think might be the most horrible situation to be in, and recognizing you can easily get through it with understanding, education, empathy. Read a fucking book, learn about what this is, understand what you're dealing with, and you can get through all of it. And I really find it, your outlook on not only on what spirits are, but how to deal with them and how to move past it is something that is, I don't know, I hope our audience likes it. I love it. It's sort of, it paints a bigger picture for us in this quest of trying to figure out what are we dealing with and what are all these people talking to on these spirit boxes. And I love getting your perspective. Annie, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah,
It's
thank
my
you. Thank you
pleasure
so much.
entirely, and I will join you anytime. Pick a subject, any
Oh,
subject,
that is great.
except cryptids, because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Harry and the Hendersons are extra dimensional beings that just pop in, and we're never going to find a carcass. That's all I got to say about that. They're just, they're visiting. They're just visitors like so many other visitors to the planet. And, that's my take on cryptids. We can skip that episode and just go right into the extraterrestrials next time, because I
Yes.
have friends in high places.
We would love that, as I would love that. I would love to dive into all that.
I know,
with
we
you.
haven't even. We haven't even gotten into. I haven't even gotten my head around. I'm just trying to get a handle on ghosts now. And it's like trying to figure out like skinwalkers and shit like that. I mean, you got to be out of your mind. It's like I got to worry about aliens now too.
Yeah.
It's like,
No, there's nothing to worry about. You see, we're the danger, not them. They pose no danger and no threat to us. We're the danger.
What I always
We
say:
are the ones
fear the living.
I don't want to
Fear the
probe
living.
this.
Yep, fear the living, not the dead.
Fear the living.
Not the dead.
Well,
Yep.
if they're alive, they
I
might
agree.
want to get all up in this and probe things that I don't necessarily want probed.
Yeah.
You might like it, Gary.
No, you
you
don't
might
have to
like
worry
it.
about that.
Yeah, I might like it. That's fair enough. All right.
And
Guilty.
I did not say that. John said that.
I
I
said
know
that.
he did.
Okay.
I know he did. All right. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and along with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, we explore spirit communication to try and answer the question, what are spirits? We're not going live this week, but I am dropping a bonus episode for you to have a little Halloween fun as I, your beloved host, tries to talk to the dead. Stay to the end of this one, because like I said, we did have a little Halloween fun. Let's dive into what I hope becomes a conversation. I don't know if you guys remember when I built that spirit pedal. And I'm going to call it a spirit pedal because I made it out of a guitar pedal. Take a look if you don't remember. Spirits? I demand that you answer my questions. To get answers, you need a spirit soundboard, so let me show you how to build one. First, you need a noise gate, which is the most important, and you'll see why later. Then you need a reverb, you need a small amp, some 1/4-inch cables, those are some batteries and some battery cables for the pedals, a 1/4-inch to 8-inch connector, and some Velcro. If you don't want to use batteries, get yourself a power pack. Lastly, you need a pedal board. This brand's called Ghostfire, which is very fitting. I modified it with putting a 1/4-inch screw in the corner in order to hold a phone mount, which you're going to need to hold the most important piece of equipment for your spirit soundboard, your SB7 spirit box. And why do we need all this gear for this? Because it sounds like this. And if I had to listen to this all day, I'd go f***ing crazy. So let's put it together. First thing you're going to do is slap some Velcro on those guitar pedals. The noise gate's first to kill the static. So take the 1/8-inch to 1/4-inch cable and connect your SB7 to your noise gate pedal studio in. Then daisy chain that with a 1/4-inch to 1/4-inch from the gate to the reverb and the reverb to the amp. Don't forget to slap that power supply on the bottom or batteries because you're going to need it to power those guitar pedals. My amp here has its own built-in battery, as does the SB7. Could you make it smaller and fit everything to the amp itself? Maybe, but this is a guitar board, so it's much cooler. Suck it, nerds. Anyway, I brought it with me today. You remember? Ghostfire. Ghostfire. So I'm at an undisclosed location because I have to keep it undisclosed because they wouldn't give me permission to shoot here. So I'm going to sit in my car in case anybody comes around me. I can make a fast getaway as well. So just know that I am completely surrounded by dead people. And I've got the spirit board, and we're going to turn it on. The old trusty SB57. We're going to jack that in. I'm going to fire shit up. And we're going to see if we get any ghosts. Line out. Boom. Bip, boop, bop. Put the antenna up. Okay. Now, let's get everything on. That's on. This is up here. Turn that down. Okay, let's jack in the... Oh, we got to turn the power on. Oh, you heard that? Whoop. Let's go, guys. Okay, we'll turn this on. That's for the little reverb effect, and now here we go. Noisy. Let's get that noise gate up. Now we're going to scan. Now, I was having luck with this setting, but here we go. Now, we're on AM, but we're going to switch from AM. Here we go. Now, I don't know if this is going to work. I never had any luck with any of the apps, but we're going to try this out. And I'm going to turn the reverb down a little lower. Maybe it'll make it a little clearer. But you can hear... Now you guys can hear how that staticky noise. So I'll turn the noise gate up a little bit. Okay. If there are any spirits in here, I would love it if you made a noise. What? Beautiful. Spirits, is there a spirit here that could tell me their name? How am I doing? Spirit, is there a spirit that could tell me your name? Now I'm in a place that's got a lot of... I try to be in a place that has a lot of celebrity deceased. I feel there might be a lot more energy here if we're going to buy into the idea of memory and memory transfer and energy transfer. I feel this place has a lot of it due to the fans. Now, if there is a spirit here that can come through, I would sure love to hear about it. What? Because, you know, this is Ghost Fire's
Ghost Fire
trial run. It's amazing. This place has a lot of tourists too, so they kind of leave me alone. bet if I just walked around filming it, they wouldn't even care. But I did ask permission. They said no paranormal. So I do have to keep it under wraps. But we are in the privacy of my car. No one could tell that I'm in my car. Spirits, can you, Spirit, what'd you do for a living? That sounded like a beat from Thriller, which is funny. I know it's scanning radio waves, but the fact that, like, will come through. Are there any spirits here? Now, the beauty being of my car is, after a couple minutes, I'm just going to drive around and do a lap. And we're going to see if we get anything. If anybody wants to speak up, they can call attention to it. I'll just keep the scanner on. Spirit, do you know my name? This is the other good reason about being in my car, because if it did know my name, I could just hit the gas and get the hell out of here. Spirits? Loosen the gate a little bit. Rose? Spirits, do you have a name? I can only see so many names from where I'm sitting. What's crazy about this place, guys, is a lot of the headstones have photos on them. Whether they are like laser imprinted or literal photos embedded in the stone. So if I saw a name of somebody and it matched, it's almost like I could see who I'm talking to. Right? It's crazy. But you're right there with me. We're trying out Ghost Fire.
Ghost Fire.
Together. Let's switch over to AM. Let's see if we get any other action on AM, and then we'll do a drive around. Oh, that was ugly. All right, so now we got to do the. Let's go. Here we go. Scanning down the frequency range on AM. Not really getting a lot on AM. You hear that static? Spirits, can you manipulate this stuff? I don't think so. No. Yeah, we're not getting anything on the old AM. Let's switch over to FM again. That was coming close. And I think the people here, just to give a hint, might like the FM a little bit more. So let's switch back over. Let's go forward. Why don't we change the speed up a little? Let's go to try 250 milliseconds. Spirits, can you hear me? We're trying to make miracles happen today. Halloween's coming. I mean, Halloween's a day away. Ooh. How do we feel about Halloween, spirits? Dead? Was that dead? Spirits, can someone tell me a name? Spirits, could someone tell me a name? All right, let's do a lap. Let's do a lap around the facility. Try to see what's up. Jets off. All right, guys. Let's cruise around and see if any spirits will speak to me. We lower the AC. I don't want that getting in the way of things. I mean, there are a lot of tourists here today. It looks like there's like a class trip, which is weird. But you won't be able to see it because you guys could just see me and everything else is out of focus. Oh no, it's just a tour. It's like a private tour. Quattro? Let's go around this way. Oh, they're getting ready for Day of the Dead here. They start really setting up. This place is a big tourist attraction for that. It's super fun. I'm just gonna go back around the wide side. Any spirits can hear me? What about you guys here on the edge? Anytime you want to say something, I'm listening. We are listening. What about over here, spirits? Anybody want to speak up over here? Let's go the long way around. A lot of cars over here today. Must be. I wonder if they're doing a lot of work right here and I'm about to drive into some heavy traffic. I don't think anybody new is being buried. What? Oh, this is construction. What are you hearing, spirits? What? Let's park here for a minute. Oh, it's my fan. Shut that off. Spirits, are there any spirits in this area that want to speak up? Tell me your name. I would love it. What? Sound like breakfast. Sounds like bullshit. Every headstone here too. There's certainly not a lot that look like they need cleaning. This place is unbelievably well kept. But they're all very unique and individual. There's no uniformity really to it. People have style. Or their families did. There's a whole crazy cemetery like behind the bushes over there. I wonder if those are like what those are. You gotta really want it to get over there. Are there any spirits here that want to communicate through ghost fire?
Ghost fire.
Ghostfire is the leading spirit communication pedal board on the market. Actually, it's a prototype. It's not on the market. So this is your opportunity to be sort of an early adopter, spirit. Spirit, I want to walk away from this test run with something that makes me go, what? And in order to do that, I need you to break through to ghost fire.
Ghost fire. Let's fucking go.
Ghost fire. Whoa, what was that? Come on now. What if I go down to 350 milliseconds? Will it be, will it be easier to speak? This is radio waves, guys. This is a true SB7 scanner. So you're going to hear music. And I am in Southern California. So sounds like a lot of Spanish stations. But I want to hear a ghost. I'm going to cruise up to a part of this place called the Garden of Legends. So that'll give you a hint on where I am. Maybe, maybe not. I can't show it though again. But the energy there really might be something. We're going to do another lap. We're going to stay here for like 5 more minutes. And then we'll cruise around and go through it. Spirits, I'm trying to be convinced of your existence. And the only way to do that is to pull off some of these experiments with these various equipment pieces that all these other guys use, and to get a reaction or to get something. So, I mean, shit. There's got to be a dead person here who wants to at least give me say one thing. Way less. I'm assuming you're bumblebeeing this situation where you could just highlight a word to make it seem like this is a coherent conversation. Yes or no? What? It's a yes or no question, Spirit.
Yes.
That sounded like yes, but it was a slow yes and a little late. That was a Rain Man quality yes. So I can't tell if you're answering my question from now or the one from a while ago, Spirit. December? What happens in December? Spirit, what happens in December? That sounded like in the car. I am in the car. Spirit, can you see me? Do you know where I am? Who am I talking to? One of you ghosts, give me a name. Let's hear it, ghost. Let's find out. That sounded like let's find out. I want to find out, Spirit. Use ghost fire.
Ghost fire. Use and abuse me.
And all right, Spirit, I'm going to keep driving. I mean, you shouldn't be locked into this one area. You could be from anywhere. And you know, now I'm sending the signal out universally around this perimeter. So we're going to cruise a little bit more. Oh, and we're going to see what we get as we venture farther onward.
Attention.
Okay, attention. I'm paying attention. There's a lot of dead people on the other side of this hedge I'm driving past. Do any of them have anything interesting to say? And on the right of me is an unbelievable mausoleum. Now, you guys have not been in the camera, in front of the camera in a long time. Now's your chance to get a little notoriety. If you want to speak up. Documentary? Didn't that sound like documentary? Alright, I'm cruising up to the Garden of Legends. Now, there's got to be a lot of energy and memory here. There are some very famous singers here, rock stars, and I would love for one of just some sort of a sign. Let me pull over here again. I would love some sort of a sign, Spirit. Spirit. I would love to know if any of you are going to use Ghost Fire.
Ghost fire. This bit never gets old.
And use this time to speak to me. I want to see some BGE. Big Ghost Energy. I'm opening it up. I'm opening the lines of communication. I'm giving you every opportunity. You know, I know it could take a lot more time than just, an hour cruising through a cemetery to potentially experience ghost activity, right? I understand all that. But I just don't have that kind of time, Spirit. And I want to hear somebody speak up. What? Yes? I'm going to change the speed again. I'm going to drop it down. We're at 150 milliseconds. Let's see if they have an easier time hitting the words. Spirits, can you hear me at all? This is a beautiful place. It's a great spot to be buried in. For your lifetime. Well, the end of lifetime, I think. If you're wondering what this is my little vengeance. It's a symbol for vengeance. I keep it hanging from my windshield, from my rearview mirror. I got it in New Orleans. It's been cursed. Oh, I don't know if it's officially been cursed, but I just assume it's like a voodoo doll that's been cursed. Spirit, please give me a name. I would love nothing more than a name. Or tell me where I am right now. When a what? Spirit, come on. Spirit, what is your name? Give me a name, Spirit. Tell me my name. Mine's not so easy to say. Easy? Easy, it said. So tell me what the name is. I don't know if I have that kind of magnetic field that brings you in, but there's a lot of people here looking and feeling for you guys. There's got to be some energy here that you're feeding off of. Come on, spirits. Mayor. Mayor. Mayor like M-A-Y-E-R or M-A-Y-O-R? Dude, there's definitely a mayor floating around here. E-R. Sorry, the camera overheated. Hey, everybody, we're back. The camera overheated. So I might keep the air on. Hopefully it won't affect... I'll just have to maybe turn on low. Maybe that'll keep it closed, cool for a while. I don't even know if my camera's upside down at this point. But I can always adjust it in post. And flip the image around. Spirits, my camera's getting too hot for this kind of action. So I need to know if you're here. Could you just give me a sign? Tell me a word. Give me your name. Spirit, where am I? Spirit, give me a name. Come on. Do you like all these people walking over your graves? Or do you love the attention since you don't have it anymore? You had a lot of attention in your lives. Guys, this is not how I want to go, I don't think. I thought about this quite a bit. I think the answer is, 1, I need someone to poke me with a stick for at least 3 days to make sure that I'm officially dead before you do anything. Because as far as I understand, it's usually about 3 days if someone's going to come back to life and rise. So you got to poke me with a stick every couple hours or so just to make sure that I'm dead. Then, once I'm officially dead, I feel cremation is the way to go. I think I'm all for it. And then, my ashes. I feel like we got to do something with it that's, do I want to feed them to my enemies in like sweet, delicious treats? Or is there a better prank to do with my ashes that will like be more annoying? Maybe like go to a house party and sprinkle it into the rug, or put it under their pillow, or mix it into their eyeshadow, or mix it into their, you know what I mean? Like their pepper mill. Or just deliver them sweet treats made with my ashes to my enemies. I think that'll be worth it. That might be the way to go. Do I have a list of enemies, you ask? Probably not, but I do have a list of people that I don't like. So it's close enough to a list of enemies. And you think about these things a lot when you're surrounded by spirits, especially spirits who aren't using ghost fire to take the time to speak to me. The people want to know what it's like. I mean, you're just denying your fans. I slowed it down a little. Spirit, what's your one regret? Do you remember your life? Or do you think you're still alive? I don't speak Spanish, Spirit. Was that a Spanish insult? Did I just get made fun of in Spanish? That would be great if the one piece of communication I got today was a Spanish ghost insulting me in Spanish. That would feel very LA. It's you? Who? It's me. Tell me something, Spirit. I didn't get my coffee. The Starbucks I tried to go to, 2 different Starbucks, the parking was a nightmare. So I'm getting agitated because I didn't have it. And now the spirits are not bringing the thunder here, and I'm getting agitated at that as well. Maybe that agitation will convince them to speak.
You kidding?
I'm not okay. I'm out here in the middle of a cemetery trying to talk to ghosts, to conjure up the spirits. Melissa? That sounded like Melissa to me. Call who? Rain. Pick something. Pick words that are useful. Like start with yes, no, or a song lyric. Let's go in the other direction. Spirit, can you just help me out? Halloween's coming. It'll be a pretty kick-ass video clip to get you to say, like, whoa! He answered my question. Spirit, where am I right now? What area is this? What? I know you get a lot of Trump with the radio. Spirit, where am I right now? I am in the car. What? I'm in the car. Can you? What spirit just told me I'm in the car? I couldn't make that out. Spirit, what spirit just said I'm in the car? Please. It's not a taxi. Did you say taxi? You might not have said taxi. Man, it feels like you're trying to push your way through. Where am I? Who knew where I was? Who could see me? Feed off the energy of some of these tourists. Not me. Feed off of their energy. Just take their energy. They'll just assume they're getting tired because they're being tourists and they've been walking around all day. So they won't even notice that you've taken their energy. So take their energy and then manipulate these radio waves. Take their energy and manipulate these radio waves so that we can get some action. There's a couple tourists right over there staring at some graves. Just take it. Take the energy. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm tired. Let's go back to the hotel." Not realizing that it was ghosts that just like sucked them dry. Come on. Spirit, will you take their energy and then communicate with me, please? I do have to leave relatively soon. My name's Gary. Who am I speaking to? Spirit, I dub myself a representative for the living, and I give you full permission to take the energy from all of these tourists. As a representative for the living, please take the energy from the tourists and use ghost fire.
Ghost fire. It's almost over.
To speak to me properly. Like an adult. Let's go, Spirit. What is your name?
Armand?
Armand? Oh, Spirit, just take the energy. Look at them. They have a lot of energy. They probably got a little too much energy, if you know what I mean. I need my energy. Don't take me. Take it from them and relay the image and relay your words through ghost fire.
Ghost fire. Enough already.
To the car. Bring your energy to the car, Spirit. Spirit, would you warn me if like a cop or a security guard was going to come by and possibly throw me out?
Thank you.
He's here? He is here too, by the way. The security guard just drove right by me. I don't know if you're not gonna be able. I can't wave it, but that's funny. He's here and he drove right by me. Spirit, I want you to take the energy off of some of these tourists. What about, okay, if you don't want to take the energy off the tourists, what about some of the guys working here? Who do you like the least? Who's the most disrespectful? Take their energy. Offload it. Let's go. It's really hard to get the spirits to do what you want. So No, that's not true. I can't make that out. Is that Spanish? Let's see if I lower the gate. I'm going to shut the reverb off entirely and see what we get. See if it's a little clearer in these last few minutes. Spirit, if there are any ghosts here, I want a name. I want a ghost name. Spirits, I want a ghost name. It's pretty wild, guys. All right, but I don't want to sit here all day. We'll do this adventure again. We'll try to make ghost friends. I think what we're going to do right now, we'll do one more lap. See if we get any action. And if we don't, we'll make our way out. I think that's what the plan is. We're going to give Ghostfire a chance, one more chance to pick up any signals as we venture around the facilities. All right, Ghostfire. Let's do it. Okay. I'm driving. Did you see I was driving?
I'm Alex.
Alex? Spirits.
No.
Uh-oh. Are these guys blocking the... Can make it around, or... It's a lot of workers. I don't know if I can make it around, but maybe he's going to let me... Can I go? Yeah, he's moving. Okay. Yeah, they really keep the graves and the headstones clean here. Spirits. Oh my god, is that a peacock? Is that an albino peacock? This is your chance, spirits. Last opportunity to use Ghostfire.
Ghostfire.
This is the hot part right here. The Garden of Legends. I'm ready. No names? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, you're on now. You just saw this a little test bonus episode of Splintered Spirits where I'm cruising around an undisclosed location, but if you were paying attention, you might be able to figure it out. I just will never say where it was, nor can I really show you where it was, because they didn't give me permission to shoot here. I would love to, but they are not interested in the paranormal at all. It creeps people out, they say, or at least it creeps them out. But it is a beautiful place. This is a trial run for Ghostfire.
Ghostfire, last one, we swear.
Let me tell you, in that break where it overheated, something did happen. And I'm going to share it with you, but I'm hesitant because no one's going to believe me. That's the real problem. Like, no one's ever going to believe when I tell them what happened when the camera overheated. So, listen, guys, thank you so much. We will, until next time, Splintered Spirits and Ghostfire.
Ghostfire, we live. This is the last one.
That wraps up this bonus episode of Splintered Spirits. Thanks for going on that ride along with me. As you saw, a whole lot more of nothing than something happens on these ghost hunts. But the stuff we did capture on Ghostfire was 100% real. If you saw something else, an apparition perhaps, those were not real. It's just Halloween, folks. A little fun, some tricks and treats. Let me know in the comments how many ghosts you spotted. Until next time. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. Oh, I think we're live. I think we're live, John.
Yeah, we're live.
I think we're live.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, that's how it'll look there. Everything's good. What's up, everybody? Let's see, do we have friends? I don't know.
If not, they'll be here soon, that's for sure.
If not, they will be here soon.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. What's going on, Gary?
I don't know, man. How you doing?
I'm good. You know, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Starting to get the new office prepped.
Very cool.
Yep.
What kind of business can we talk about first to kick things off today? Today's line of business.
You know what?
What do you got? You got some business?
Yeah, I got some business.
Let's hear some business.
I don't know if you've seen any of the videos from Andrea Perrin that have been coming out, but apparently there are some people that are against, the whole Jason Hawes Conjuring House thing. And they're being very horrible, making fun of her and her cancer at the same time. That is true.
Who would do that?
That is true. She released I just saw a video of her talking. Let me tell you something. You know how sweet she was in the interview, right? This woman literally flipped the switch and just gave it to him in this video. I was like, wow. I'm like, good for you. Yeah, who would do that, right? Isn't that insane?
Who would do that?
Like, regardless if you don't care about the Conjuring House, you think the whole thing's a scam, you think the whole thing is BS, who would make fun of a woman with cancer?
It's absurd.
Isn't that crazy?
That is weird,
That
man.
blows my mind. Like, that blows my... Listen, I get you people are passionate about things, right? But you don't throw away human decency because of your passion, regardless of how you feel on a subject.
So strange to me.
Oh, it's foreign. It's a very foreign concept to me. I don't understand it. I don't think I ever will.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Heather and Joan and Tammy and... Oh, John, I lost your audio.
Did you really?
Oh, no. You know what? You know what? No, I didn't. You know what? I was just looking at the other... There's a delay, right? So I'm just looking at the other screens.
Yeah.
And so I'm seeing you talk on YouTube, and I have that screen muted, and I'm like, I can't fucking hear. But I'm just looking at the wrong place. So stupid.
I'm about to be like, where'd my voice go?
It's an old man thing. DJ Third Eye, Heather Atten, Joan. Guys, thank you so much for being here today.
Coming in, guys.
What else can I tell you? So we've got, I think that's shit. And look, man.
I'll send you the video. I'll send you the video after this so you can see it.
I bet I know what it's from because I watched she told me to watch. She sent me a link to things she did with there was 10 people in there, and like Jason Hawes' kid was in there, and that daughter was in there, and then Jason Hawes was in there, and there's some people that work in the house, and some other influencers, and she started the thing off with a real hardcore rant, she went off on a bunch of people. Maybe that's what it's from, and it's been traveling around.
Yeah,
but it's probably what it is. It's I don't know. I don't understand the business going on behind a GoFundMe. I think it was probably done for speed. Otherwise you'd make it a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
But with that said, I don't have a dog in that race, so I don't care. Andrea Perrin was nice to us. I'll happy to promote what she wants to promote. And if they want to do something with that house, more power to them. I really don't care what they do. I don't care if they turn it into like the Simpsons house and make it pink, orange, and I don't care.
Yeah, right.
It's something she wants, and let it be that with ghosts, right?
Yeah. Exactly. And that's the thing too. Like, it's a farmhouse. We're not talking about some majestic, super historical property. Sure, there is historical value with the farmhouse, obviously. But the way people are acting about this,
it's insane.
It's insane.
I don't understand why anybody ever cares so much about something. I just don't.
Yeah.
I mean, we're sitting here.
It's just one of those. Yeah. But it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, look what we're talking about, and if you're passionate about it, awesome. But you don't have to get so low to prove a point that you attack a woman who is sick. I just find that downright horrible. People always talk about evil this and evil that, demons this and demons that. You want real evil?
It's weird, man. All right, so what else can we tell? So that was a good episode. So guys, check out, we have our own interview with Andrea where it's not dark. And she has some
pleasant interview.
It's really, really nice.
Yeah.
And you can tell it's like part her, legacy versus the history, right? It's not just her history, but it's like moving forward with it. And then we've got the Mike Dorsey episode dropping on. So that's going to be, I feel like that'll be a little controversial with people because he's the executive producer of Ghost Adventures House Calls with Mr. Zach Bagans. And it's, look, man, I know Mike for a long time. He's a man of integrity. He's a great producer, a great documentarian. I trust him when he says something's not bullshit. It's not bullshit, he's capturing what is happening. And there you have it. So, and it's really interesting to hear his ghost stories, the things because he's not somebody who was ever, Mike is not a Mr. Ghost guy.
Yeah, he's not.
He was a true crime producer or documentary, from history docs to like the Tupac and Biggie murder doc. He just released, the Ted Bundy files on Fox Nation. He produced that with Zach, but he produced that series. He's a true crime guy. So he went in to bring that sort of eye into that show, which is great. And we'll see how, it's a good episode. It's a really interesting take on it. And if you wanted not to wait till Tuesday, guys, for $4.99, you can subscribe and you can get episodes. We got to figure out how we want to make these episodes. We want to do it like a week. I dropped those first 3 real early, right? So we've got that, and you can see the Steve Parsons, a real old school ghost hunter episode up front. But then I'm thinking a week ahead. No, 2 weeks ahead.
Yeah, I think a week. I think a week is good.
A week ahead.
Yeah.
So if you want to see episodes early, subscribe, and you can see episodes early.
Yeah.
We offer that, and we have some guests today, and they're sitting in the waiting room. A couple weeks ago, we did an episode with Christy Reeder for any local East Coast New Yorkers. They ran a story in John and I's neck of the woods called Haunted Tri-State, where they covered, these haunted locations, and it was like a journalist perspective as they, it's probably it's a Halloween stunt, to really sort of trying to boost up local ratings and doing this. And they found a lot of local paranormal investigators to sort of help them out. And what I found interesting, so we're about to sit down with a couple people from an organization called Full Moon Paranormal. And what I liked about them, and we'll talk to them in a second here, it's an all-women team. And, John, it's like, how often do you see these teams? There's like one token woman, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, here we've got, now we're
listen, there are plenty of teams that are, devised of women. I mean, the whole genre of the paranormal, especially on the viewership basis, is basically women.
I
You
don't
do
see a
get
lot.
men.
I haven't seen it. Well, look, I'm new to this whole thing, but I haven't
Yeah, yeah,
seen a
no,
lot
they're
of
out.
teams.
Trust me, they're out there.
They might be out there, but there's not a lot of them, like a full, like just an all-woman team. I have seen very few of those. It's usually a bunch of dudes like this with black T-shirts, and
Yeah.
arms folded, and then there's one chick in the mix. You know what I mean?
I gotta be super serious.
Yeah, real serious. It's real hardcore. So let's bring them in. I want to hear some of their ghost stories. I want to hear some of their haunts. So let's say hello to Lisa and Nicole from Full Moon Paranormal. Well, until she is there, we're live, so we're going to keep moving forward. Lisa, how are you?
I'm good. How are you tonight?
I'm doing all right. How long have you been with Full Moon?
I started Full Moon in 2021.
Did you launch it? Are you the founder?
Yes, I did. Me and my friend Debbie did. She's no longer with the team, but yeah, her and I started it in 2021.
So I said, I found you guys on that Haunted Tri-State series.
Okay.
And I found it really, was that a fun experience?
Oh yeah, that was real fun actually. She reached out to us. I'm trying to think, like sometime in April or May. We filmed back in July, and we had a real good time with it because none of them had ever investigated. So it was real fun to take them in and like.
All right, so you founded. What brought you to founding this organization where you are? What part of New York are you in?
We're from the Hudson Valley. I'm personally from Middletown, New York, but we're all from Hudson Valley. But what started it was just my desire to like always, go ghost hunting. I would join other teams. I'd go to other people's events, and honestly, I didn't really like how they ran things. So I wanted to start my own thing where people could come and investigate without being told how to investigate. Like a lot of things I was going to, people are like, oh, this is the only way to do it, or this is the only way to do it. And I wanted people to come and be able to do an investigation the way they wanted to do it. Kind of how I started it.
Who's they? When you say like you didn't like the way they were doing it.
When I would go to an event, I've had a participant. So when people come to my events, when I do some like events, I want them to be able to do whatever they want.
I see. What was your first experience with the paranormal?
Oh gosh, probably. I don't remember how old I was, but apparently I was seeing things that other people were not seeing because I used to tell my mom about the man upstairs and the woman over here. And then as I got a little bit older, I wasn't seeing things anymore, but my mom was always very into the paranormal. And she was doing like Ouija boards and seances, and I don't know, I experienced all kinds of things since a very young age.
So you kind of grew up in like a little bit of a woo-woo kind of house.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, but that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, do you consider yourself a medium of some kind, or? Okay. Now, and how did you put your team together? How did you assemble this crew?
So me and my friend Eddie decided we were just going to start our own thing, and that's basically what we did. And we found Nicole. Well, we put out an ad. I think it was on Facebook or something, and we found Nicole. She was the first person that answered us, and we spent like,
Perfect
spent
timing.
like 2 hours on the phone that day, and then she joined our team, and then that led to someone else and somebody else, and we all just kind of got together, and here we are.
But you didn't look for like a certain skill set, or was it just word of mouth, or how did you?
Well,
I can hang out with this person in a scary place.
Well, no, we were looking for somebody who specifically said, we're looking for like-minded people interested in the paranormal or possibly a medium. We were also looking for people that were more science based that were like wanted to do mystery research and somebody like Nicole. That was more of a skeptic because we wanted the balance for our team.
Gotcha. What is it about now? Do you find there's enough hauntings to go around in your area that you're getting a lot of work and business?
Oh yeah. Yep, definitely. We're big on Para-Unity. We work with a lot of different teams. There's always new locations to check out, always places to go investigate.
Wait, what was that word?
Para-Unity. Para-Unity.
Yes, very good.
What is that? Is that just like we can't we all get along kind of thing?
Pretty much. I mean, it's working with other teams. It's kind of the concept that everybody can come together, bring something to the table to further the field.
I love that word, John. We need a word like that because
We need a word like that.
I mean, look, we do this. We started this live where it was about trying to find other creators and paranormal people. That's who we want as guests on this live. People we find, talk about different perspectives about what they're looking, what they're doing. Para-Unity. Now I'm mad that I didn't think of it.
We didn't either. So no credit to us. It flies around a lot.
It's a great word. All right. So how many investigations did you say your team has been on now?
I don't even know. We do one public investigation every month. And then we do a bunch of private cases, a bunch of investigator only, which is our friends, our little para family, hanging out, investigating.
All right, now you're just putting para on everything. That's not fair.
Well, Para-Unity and Parafam, that's all we got.
All right. So with all of your investigations, everything that you've been seeing out there, and for all the years you've been doing this, what do you think spirits are? Because that's sort of what we're trying to do here with this podcast, get a different perspective on what are spirits. So what have you come across that makes you think this is what they are, or this is what I'm trying to figure out what they are?
Lisa, you want to start? Because we have different perspectives on this, I think.
Oh, really? You guys don't even agree on what they are. I'd love to hear it.
I know I
Let's go.
tried him 8 times on this, but spirit to me are just people that are coming like through like different I don't really know, like if it's leftover energy or it's people that have passed on that just really like where they were, or if they're just coming to visit us, but they're just forms of energy, I believe. I really don't have a clear definition of a spirit.
All right. What about you, Nicole? What's your perspective?
So I have no idea what a spirit is. I know
nobody does. That's why I'm asking. Like that's what if we knew what spirits were, it would be the That's the idea. But what do you think it is?
So, like, we know that something is interacting with our equipment, something responds to questions, whether that is the actual soul of a deceased person or something interdimensional or time warpy kind of thing. That's what I'm really interested in. Or even if it's just our ability to kind of project things onto the equipment.
Or just leftover residual energy.
Yeah.
So what do you do? So how do you work a scene for a client to determine what it is and how best to? Do people ever come to you like, "Hey, I got a ghost in my house. I need you to get it out"?
Yeah.
So how do you know what you're getting out? How do you determine what you're dealing with, and then you try to get it out?
So I think we go in and we just try to get a baseline of what's there. Half of our team is mediums, so they'll tune in. They'll try to see what kind of energies they pick up. And we'll set out equipment. We'll see if we can get any responses, if it's something residual that just keeps replaying, or if it's something intelligent that we can communicate with. And 9 out of 10 times, if somebody's having an issue in their home, it can resolve itself just by them setting boundaries with whatever the entity or energy or spirit is and say, hey, we both have to live here, but these are my boundaries. Do not bother my children. Do not bother my pets. And most of the time that's effective.
So you set out.
What's your that's intent.
Yes.
What's your favorite spot in the Upper Hudson Valley? Like what's for the both of you? Like if you right now, if I was like, hey guys, let's all meet up right now and go somewhere. What's the first place that comes to mind?
Right now, this very day would be Carmel Historic Parks. That's where we
Yes,
just
me too.
visited recently, and we're looking forward to going back very much. Has a lot of layers of history.
Hmm.
And now,
And has your investigations at all with those layers, have they has anything matched up and made you go, oh, this is like amazing?
we just really started investigating there, so nothing like super crazy, but it definitely active. Definitely things are setting our equipment up or getting EVP. People were thinking they were seeing shadows, but it was more of a public event. So we're going back actually next month just with investigators and cameras, and we'll really get to get in there and see what's going on. But just the bottom there is
Very cool.
So there was one kind of crazy thing that was really
Yeah,
interesting
tell.
when we went. So this location, it was actually built as a monastery. So the brothers were living there. And then afterwards, it was used as a home for the mentally disabled. So one of our team members, Stephanie, kept seeing a woman in white. And she said she looked like a nurse or a nun, but that didn't make any sense to her because it was a monastery and there wouldn't have been nuns there. But we got the confirmation from the town supervisor, who is the historian as well, that there were indeed nuns there that wore white. And there is no way she would have known that, because even in our research, that never came up.
It's that micro history that you need like
Mhm.
newspapers.com for and hope there's an article about it, or
Yes.
something to match up. Yeah, that micro history is crazy. So that's wild.
Yeah,
That's wild. Very cool.
He
Yeah.
definitely knows a lot about that property. He'll be joining us when we do our investigator only, so that's going to be exciting. Yeah.
Oh, the
Well,
historian? You're going to have the
You'll be
historian
able
with you?
to
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
verify if we're getting some things or feeling things.
Nicole, you like dealing with the UFO space as well, right?
do,
like
yeah.
I think you're. How does that fit in? Does that fit in at all to Full Moon Paranormal, or is that just sort of your own bag on your side? I deal with aliens on the side.
Kind of on the side, yeah. We do mostly public ghost hunts, that side of the paranormal. My other side gig is I co-host Alienate UK, the podcast on YouTube. And we
Okay.
really dive into more of the cryptid, alien, UFO kind of vibes.
Have you ever had an experience?
I saw a UFO once. It was out in my backyard when I was really young, and my mom actually brought me outside to look at this weird like green light that was in the sky. And this was before drones were flying everywhere. This was back in the day, so it was
Sure.
definitely something that we couldn't explain.
Were you able to see the shape or just a light?
It was a light. It was kind of oval and like oblong,
Interesting. Cool.
capsule shaped.
Capsule shape. Cool.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you guys this: as an all-female team in what is predominantly and traditionally a male-dominated field, have you encountered any unique perspectives or had to overcome anything when you go and meet with people in this regard?
Oh yeah.
When you guys walk in do tell.
100%. There are some locations that we go, especially things that are generally male dominated, like we'll be in Masonic halls or we'll be in we were at the 1776 house in Tappan, and this is a big place for the Revolutionary War. They did a lot of meetings there, and that was all men. So we go into the space and it feels like something is physically pushing you out.
And we have been told to get out. Yes, definitely.
Mhm.
You think that's because you're a woman?
Well, the men who were with us, because we were doing a investigator only event there, didn't have that same experience. It was only the women.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's weird.
Yeah. And we get a lot of females and children that come through to us, more so than we find happens with the male investigators we work with sometimes, because we would be a safe person to go to.
You got that parent energy.
We've
Yeah.
also been called
That
we've
parent
also been
energy.
called witches through our equipment many times. Yeah.
Oh, they do that all the time. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. It's because they see I mean, you guys probably have tripods and
Mhm.
everything else. They must think we're walking
Yeah.
around with staffs, that are lighting up and speaking and everything else. I get called. I have spirits say that I'm doing witchcraft all the time, and it's like, no, I'm not. And I try to explain what I'm doing. Some get it, some don't. But yeah, that makes sense. You guys getting called witches. So, how far into the lower Hudson Valley have you guys investigated?
We kind of go all over the place. We'll go to Sleepy Hollow, down in like Westchester. We have a library talk up in Albany. But we don't just stay in
Okay, that's
Hudson
fun.
Valley. We go to Jersey. We go to Pennsylvania. We've been to West Virginia.
Yeah.
We go all over.
Gettysburg.
Cool.
We love Gettysburg.
Very cool.
Gettysburg, yeah.
All right,
That's a big one.
Yep, Gettysburg. I was there in September, and I'm heading back there for Thanksgiving.
Awesome.
Gettysburg is the I feel like Gettysburg, I've said this before, it's the ghost hunter mecca.
Yes.
It's like everyone's
Yeah.
got to get to Gettysburg and see.
hmm
Now, so you said you had been to Gettysburg before and you're going back.
We go every year for the Gettysburg
Oh, okay.
Battlefield Bash in July.
What's that? Is that like some where you dress up?
It is a it's
A war
Well, you can.
recreation?
No.
Is it one of those?
it's
Oh,
I don't want to call it a convention. It has vendors, it has speakers, but it's more like a big family reunion. It's less focused on the celebrities and more focused on everybody just getting together, sharing ideas, enjoying each other, hanging out. But it's a very big thing in the paranormal community over here.
when is that?
That is,
So the
Lisa,
last,
do you know when it is?
well, I think it's
this
the
year?
last weekend in July. I'm not positive.
All right, so it's in the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely in July.
So what's the ultimate goal for you guys? For full moon. Where do you guys want to take your paranormal business or place you want to go? What is that next phase?
Lisa?
I'm kind of
Any
go
next?
with the flow and see where it takes us, kind of person. So, I mean, just wherever the road leads. That's me. I beg Nicole have different ideas. But I mean,
I think Nicole. It sounds like Nicole's, gaming to take over.
No. Me and Lisa
Yeah.
are partners.
but
Got it. What do you want to do with it? What would you like to see, Nicole?
So we definitely want to scale our events. That's primarily what we do publicly is public-led ghost hunts. We do a lot of fundraisers for historic places in our area through the paranormal events. So we're able to get in some really cool
Oh, that's cool.
places that a lot of people don't even know exist in this area. We have such a rich history and people don't even know it's here. So through the paranormal, they'll come in and they'll get really interested in local history, in different lore, in preserving these buildings. So that's my favorite part of what we do.
me too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's very.
That is very cool. Look, guys, so this is Full Moon Paranormal. You can find them at fullmoonparanormal.com. Do you have anything big coming up you want to plug?
We have tomorrow night, actually, we have a Possessed Possessions event at the Moon Serpent Bone Cafe in Beacon. So we're going to be teaching people about haunted objects. They're going to bring in their haunted objects for us to kind of evaluate and investigate with them, see if they actually have a spirit attachment. And then Saturday, we have our fundraising tours at Edmondson House in New Windsor. So you get a little bit of a history, they're going to do a talk, and then we're going to investigate the building.
That's amazing.
Very cool.
That's fun. That's good. I like that you guys do that.
Mhm.
Were you ever able to get into Smalley's Inn before it closed?
No, and I even tried contacting the realtor.
No. Yep. So she
Yep.
shot you down, right?
Mhm.
They want nothing to do with that history
Yeah, it's sad.
anymore. Nothing to do.
That's terrible.
Isn't it? Well, I did an investigation when I used to do investigations. Now I document. It's very different now. But when I used to do investigations, I did one back in 2008, 2009, and it was sad because they were trying to put on a show. You know, they were like, the place is haunted. It's a place that is haunted, but the old owners were trying to spice it up. They were throwing stuff at us and like flipping lights off on us. And I'm an electrician, so I was able to tell that, you know, there's three ways run and, you know, what they were doing. But the evidence I got when I was left alone was awesome, EVPs and things like that. And I'm just so curious about that place because there's a headstone underneath the
Oh,
stairs
really?
in the basement that's real, that they uncovered. And with the whole story with the daughter, 10 years old, she had Down syndrome. I think she's 8 or 10 years old. Down syndrome. You know, murdered by the father. And that spot, speaking about history, was, you know, the courthouse, the morgue, the everything for
I didn't know
Carmel
that.
at the time. Yeah, I was able to get in there once. Like I said, it was, as far as investigating, it was sad because I was able to tell they were trying to put on a show. But the fact that it's empty now, you know, and I tried, same thing. I called the realtor, and they want nothing to do with anything paranormal. And it's like, oh, I wish I could just get in there, you know.
I know. That's an incredible place. I never got to go there and I always wanted to.
Yeah. For a lot,
Yep. Oh, who knows? Maybe
a
it'll
lot of
change,
places
you know.
do. I admit them
You
don't
never
want us in
know.
there. I just don't want it. But I like it.
No.
Yeah, it's tough. A lot of people get freaked out.
Have you guys done the Terrytown Estate in
No.
Sleepy Hollow yet?
Mm-mm.
You gotta, if you do end up going, because they're gonna make you, you know, book a room and whatnot. I have a promo code. You can use my
Oh.
promo code Santa, and it'll knock 20% off your stay.
Oh, cool.
And try to get the King's Mansion
Okay.
or the cottage.
Thanks, man.
Either the King's Mansion or the cottage, and it's got a super awesome history. I experienced tons of things there. I'm trying to go now at least once a week for my documentation when they don't have weddings and whatnot. And it's a fun place too. It's very loose, so they're not gonna, you know, no one's really gonna bother you. So it's a cool spot to catch out.
I can't believe you guys haven't gone to Sleepy Hollow and you're in Westchester, you know, like sort of in that Hudson Valley area. It's like, come on.
We go to Sleepy Hollow. I
You
just
gotta
haven't been there.
Well, they said they go to Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah.
Where have you been to
okay.
Sleepy Hollow? Have you gone to what's the other spot? There's obviously there's the cemetery, you know, Sleepy Hollow
The cemetery,
but
yeah. That's a big
Yeah,
one.
but,
we were talking.
they're so strict over there though. They shut
Yeah.
down at 4:30. It's
It's
you know.
easy to get
Yeah.
into a lot of
We were
dark
talking to
places.
the people from the music hall.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lise.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. The music hall. Yep. There's another tavern. I know there's a tavern there that you can eat that they claim to be haunted. I've never checked it out. And then there's a Sunnyside. I think it's Sunnyside Inn.
Yeah.
It's Washington Irving's original
Yeah.
homestead. You know, that's allegedly haunted. Yeah, it's pretty great. I go up to Sleepy Hollow here and there. You know, that's about as far as I go in the Hudson Valley up that way, you know. Right for now anyway. I'm more of a, you know, down in the lower Hudson Valley, walking around and whatnot. So
It's hard
Cool,
with
very cool.
the bigger places like Sunnyside because they don't really need the
Right.
funds. So
No.
that's why we kind of try to like dive into these little historic places like the Mizzier Homestead and Wappagers, places that definitely are in need of some fundraising because they're more willing to work with us and let us in.
God,
now
I
let
love
me
that
ask
you
you
guys do
something.
that.
You mentioned Beacon,
Mhm.
and I've heard some things about Beacon. I've heard that there is just like tons of occult stuff that happens up there. That's all on the hush hush. I've heard that there's an abandoned college, or it was originally a hospital and then a college that's in ruins up there where a lot of dark stuff happened. Is there any have you heard anything about that? Are there any actual like truth in those claims?
So there's a lot of occult stuff, a lot of, witchy stuff that happens in Beacon. It's kind of a hippy dippy city now. The Moon Serpent Bone Cafe that we're going to is actually in the old high school. And that high school is very haunted.
I know there's a lot of witchy stuff, right? That I do know. But I'm not talking about the witchy stuff. I'm talking about like the darker stuff. You know, like the like a lot of like rich people that are involved and whatnot and like all that. like dark stuff, like we're talking like sacrifices and the works. Have you guys ever heard anything about that up there, or is this just
Not.
people, running their
There
mouths?
I have not.
there was a house in Pine Bush, New York, that there supposedly was like a satanic church where they were doing rituals. That's not far from my
Okay.
house. It's a regular house now. I don't know how anybody lives there, but yeah, there's a lot of rumors about that in that area.
They always blame the Satanists.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
think
right,
the
they
school
always
that
seem
you're
like
talking
the
about was Millbrook School.
Yes.
Was
Millbrook.
school. I believe they
Yes.
demolished it a little while ago, a couple years back.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, I only went up there. I went up there maybe back in like 99, 2000. I was like literally a teenager. I was like 15 years old when me and a bunch of friends drove up there to check that out. It was falling apart then. It wasn't something you really wanted to walk through then. So that makes sense that they demolished it. That's a shame.
They
Yeah,
did
that's a shame.
build a ShopRite. I think it's a ShopRite. It's definitely a grocery store on the site of where they knocked down an asylum over in Dutchess.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Nice.
So
go in there, go
tore
grocery
down
shopping, have, whatever
Right.
equipment you're using, you're walking around, looking at your grocery list. Spirit's like, don't forget the peas.
Right.
Like,
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, they build stores on top of Crazy Souls.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
The crazy
that's,
energy.
That's everywhere, that's everywhere. God, I haven't
feel
been
like
up to
there's a lot
Dutchess
of
County in
insane-
forever. Is
I
Utopia
wanna
still
know- I
up there?
wonder-
Is what still up there?
Utopia still up there?
I don't.
I don't know.
It's that the head shop with like all like the pipes and mugs and band
I think
T-shirts
so.
and then it is, and then right across the street's the All American Steakhouse or whatever, where it's like a buffet
Been a long time.
steakhouse. I knew two people that worked in there that claimed that place was haunted too, which I thought was interesting. I haven't been up in this way in forever.
Where do we think most of the insane asylums were located in this country?
Most of them? East Coast.
They're
Where
usually
do we used to
mostly
send all-
they're usually mostly in the suburbs of major cities, which is why the Hudson Valley has so many of them. Because we're so close to New York City. There's tons of them going from Letchworth
I
to
guess, right?
and
Yeah.
have you guys ever been to Letchworth? Oh,
Yeah.
I love
Cool.
Letchworth.
A couple of
I
the
love
buildings they
Letchworth.
said
I have a lot of
had a
issues there
fire.
now.
Mhm.
Yep. Yeah. Recently had a fire. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. I have a lot of issues when I go there now because people just call the cops on me when I'm live, even though I'm not going in the buildings. And it's to the point where they keep calling, and then the cops are like, "All right, we're getting too many phone calls. You gotta go. You gotta go. We know you're not walking in the buildings, but you gotta go." Because I still walk the grounds. But the cemetery is just beautiful and sad.
Mhm.
But that's such a. Have you guys ever gone to the cemetery off Cull
I
Hollow
have
Road
not
there?
been there yet.
No, not the
Oh,
cemetery.
you guys got to check that
I
out.
think we drove past
You gotta
it.
Where
check
do you
it out.
where do you guys get the most activity? Where do you go where it's and a regular, or do you have any regular spirits that come through in terms of, well, we go here, we're going to talk to this spirit again. They always come through. What's your most,
not
where are
that.
your regulars?
So for me,
What's your cheers?
I'd say Mizzier, Homestead, and Wappingers. In the original part of the house from the 1700s, we don't really know who he is yet. He says he's the judge, but there's a very, very cranky man that lives up in the attic that will kind of make you feel like pressure to get out, and then he'll come downstairs and kind of just keep an eye on things. We'll put REM pods on the stairs going up, and there'll be activity. I've sat on the stairs doing an Estes, and some crazy things have come out. Talking about churches and fires and
Wow.
what else did they say, Lisa?
How far is that from you, John?
Wappingers? Oh man. Wappingers got to be like
Yeah,
an hour from me, at least.
He was trying. I think he was telling his. He gave his
That's
at
children
least.
away too. He was telling the kids to get out. The judge gave his own children away. He didn't want them. You don't remember that? What?
Maybe they were shitty kids.
Well, that's
Yeah, right. Maybe
like
they
that
were.
actually happened. He literally gave his children away.
All right, ladies, I have a question for the both of you. You ready? You have to pick only one piece of equipment to take with you into, let's say, supposedly the most haunted location you will ever get to experience in your life. One piece of equipment.
The
What are you
recorders.
taking? A recorder. Okay. And what about you, Nicole?
I'm gonna cheat and say my phone because I have a camera, a recorder, necrophonics,
And a flashlight.
geophone, a flashlight.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah,
If I can
that's
only
smart.
take one,
There you
I
go.
gotta-
I love their last names too, John. All their last names remind me of my high school yearbook. It's like
Well,
how
I
many?
can't see Nicole's hole. I got to move my picture to see. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, right. It's like
Yep,
Is it Shivatoni?
Yep,
Did I say it
you
right?
did.
Yeah.
Lascola, Shivatoni. Right. It's like it's. I think every girl I went to high school with had at least 6 or 7 syllables in their name.
Yeah.
all of it. Right. It's like every single one. It's
A good Italian
it reminds me of home. Like if everybody became. Oh yeah, for sure, 100%.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
said to
definitely.
John before. I said to John before I brought you on. I can't think of a lot of all female teams, which is why like you guys stood out to me when I was watching things. I mean, I'm sure they exist and there's a few out there, but there's not a lot. There's always a token girl on every team,
Yes.
that's for sure. And then, but there's never like a full female team. Who on the team would you say? Is there anybody on the team that brings something completely different than the two of you to the table that really shakes things up?
Well, Susan is really great at historic research. She does mediumship, and she's actually an elementary school teacher.
That's fun. She must have fun on Halloween
Yeah,
with her class.
but it's interesting because when we do our events, I'm like, okay, Susan, teach her voice. You have to like round everybody up, and she is so great and so organized.
Oh, that is nice. Sure.
She brings a really unique.
So wait,
perspective to
is
things.
she? Did you just say she's a medium too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is she? How many mediums? So how many mediums are you, Nicole? Are you saying you're a medium
I
or
am
not?
not a medium.
2. 2.5.
So you have 3.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
so
have
just
3.
the 2 of you. 2.5.
No.
Lisa doesn't like to identify.
So it
Maybe
really brings credence to the saying, eyes and back of the head for Susan being a
Right.
medium and being a
Yeah.
teacher. You know what I mean?
Right. That's true. So do you guys ever get? Okay, so when you have 3 mediums or 2.5 mediums in the room, do you ever get the same thing or conflicting things?
A lot of times we get the same thing. A lot of times. Sometimes we get conflicting
That's
things,
cool.
but usually we're feeling the same things or sensing the same things.
What I've heard different mediums say what they feel is different. Is it what does it feel like for you when you get a sense? Is it like is it a weight or is it a vibration? Is it a frequency? I've heard like from clairaudient to clairsentient. What is it? Is it different for each of you?
I think so. I'm more sensing things. Like I could feel if somebody's angry or sad, and I could just sense that it's a woman or like a child. Well, I'm not actually seeing it, but I have heard people talking. I've heard names in my ear, or I'll just blurt something out, and they'll say, "Why did you say that?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It just was told to me, but I don't, That's really all I can. I don't know. I
Okay.
wish I could see them more, but I have seen one full apparition once. No,
That's cool.
How
many? What about the other mediums? Do they see or do they have a different vibe?
I feel like they all kind of get things like in their mind's eye where they can just kind of picture it or just sense that something's there rather than hearing clear voices or seeing like a full-bodied apparition.
Some of them seen things before.
Gotcha.
Like she'll say
All
to
right.
the man's right here. The one time you got pushed, she saw him in the hallway before he got pushed.
This is true.
I
It
was
wasn't
actually
a
just
push.
about to ask that. I was just about to ask that question. Has anything physical ever happened to anybody on the team? So I'd love to hear the story.
So we were at the Columns Museum and we were doing ghost tours there late at night last year. And it was me and Susan, and we had apparently overstayed our welcome. Because you know how you can feel when somebody's standing behind you, like you sense their energy or whatever, you just know somebody's behind you. So I felt like there was a very tall man standing behind me, very close, and just kind of grabbed my hip and just like a gentle like push, like, you know, an elderly man almost would have been like, all right, let's move it along. Nothing menacing, nothing scary.
Okay,
just
just
like
like just like, all right, come on, time for you to go. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha,
And I
gotcha.
told Susan, and Susan's like, "There's he's standing behind you. He's telling you, he's tapping his watch, telling us it's time to go."
Oh wow.
Yeah,
That's
so like
cool.
I'm pushing you aside, pushing you out of the way, but not like a shove. Like, all
No,
right,
like
let's
a
go,
nudge.
let's go. Yeah.
Like
Okay,
a
like a
gentle
nudge.
Wow.
Gotcha, gotcha. Very cool.
or a shooing. Like, all right, let's go.
Yeah.
Right.
I've been
Wow.
choked in the basement of the Pasha house in Montgomery. There is a not so friendly spirit there. We think that it may be a homeless person who was in the building when it was abandoned in between being a funeral home and being the art school. And it was myself and another person down there, and we just felt like a choke, and we had to tell it to back off.
Nicole, why do you think the ghosts hate you so much that they want to push you and shove you and choke you out of the way? What are you doing to these ghosts?
I am not doing anything. I am not provoking.
Yeah.
I'm the one that gets sent out as ghost bait all the time. We saw a
you're
shadow
the bait.
figure. Yeah, we
You're
saw a
the bait.
shadow figure. Clear as
Lisa,
day.
why are you making this? Why are you making poor Nicole the ghost bait?
Well, she gets a little sassy sometimes, so they're getting her back.
Oh.
The truth comes out. The plot
That's it.
thickens. What? So
Everybody
what
else
does
is
she
too
do?
brave.
What does she say? How is she disrespectful to the ghosts that they're pushing
No,
back?
she's not. She's not. But I mean, if I
Oh, I
feel
see.
like when we're walking into that space, something doesn't belong me in there, I respect it. A lot of times that I say, "Oh, I'm not going to go in there," where she's going to be like, "I'm going in," and she'll go in. So she's not. She's has no fear.
Oh my God. Well, listen, ladies, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. I like hearing about your story. I like hearing about your haunts, literally where you guys go. It's fun. It's fun to find out new places, new perspectives, how you approach scenes, what you take away from each scene as you go into the next one. And I really love hearing about how you add the history and use some of these funds to help restore these things and donate. I think that's great. That's really great. Look, thank you again. I really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for
Thank
having
you,
us
ladies.
on. And John, when you're in the area, or if you want to look up for an investigation, we'd love to have
Yeah,
you out
definitely.
sometime.
Yeah, hey, definitely. That sounds fun.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah, let them push him for a while.
Yeah, I'll be
They
the
love
bait.
pushing him.
Yeah,
They'll
I'll
go
be the
in there
big worm on
first.
the little hook. Why not?
He'll do it.
Why not? All right, awesome,
I love
ladies.
it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and
Thank you
for
again.
the stories and the
I
info.
really appreciate it. They were super fun, although the tech on her shit was terrible. I'll fix that up before I repost it, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
I think it was like her first interview or something. But it's really interesting. Like, you know what's really also about them, and is the age gap, right? I mean, just sort of really
That's
bringing
usually the
in
way
all
it is
these.
in the paranormal, though. That's usually the way it is. Like, dude, even like the demographics of my audience. Like, yeah, people joke around, oh, they're just a bunch of old ladies, but yeah, you ask for everybody's ages, and it's all over the place.
It's crazy,
And
right? Everyone's interested in
yeah,
the dead.
it's all over the place. I mean, and I think that has to do with just the fascination of this field. It just captivates people of all ages.
So while we were on there, I couldn't. First of all, even though they told me I was going to be allowed to shut off your feed, like your channel, to get everybody over, I couldn't. Of course, right?
Okay.
So it stayed on, and your chat was going crazy because you had a mad hater in your chat today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
apparently there was someone absolutely. They were like, "Please get a mod over here." Like, please get a mod on John's channel. Like somebody really.
Oh, they must have been. They must have been spamming. They must have been spamming.
Really specific. Look at this guy, Luke Exkel or something.
Dude, there's so
guy?
many. No, I don't even know. It doesn't even register. I have no idea who he is.
Right.
Dude, that's just the nature of the beast, man. There's so many haters, and I just don't get it. I'm starting to realize something.
He was
right?
coming. He's like, I'm reading the chat, and you'll go back and look. He's like, don't watch this, especially with John. Like he was coming at you.
Wow. Man,
Yeah.
well, I hope his day gets better, you know?
I guess.
I hope his day gets better. Dude, I realize that the broken logic that is swelling within the paranormal community and fracturing the paranormal community is insane. Who likes this? Who likes that? That's not the way you should do it. This is the way you have to do it. It's ridiculous. It is insane. I say to each their own. If someone wants to go and investigate a haunted location wearing a tutu or a codpiece with a fucking swirly light on their damn head while talking like Mickey Mouse to the spirits, who gives a shit? Seriously, who cares? And it's just so insane how people are acting. And it's just part of the gig. It's just that's what it is.
It's so true.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, Amber, it's so true, right? I find it amazing that people will burn calories on things they don't like.
Yes.
I got into I like picking fights with people who attack first, just because when I get bored, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And it's somebody was saying something on one of the videos, and then I eventually kicked them off. But they started going of what a lazy creator you were, which set me off. Yeah, which set me off. And it was like, I've asked 100 times what he's using, and he doesn't respond. Why doesn't he have a frequently asked question? And it's like, or he doesn't respond to the chat. This is on a video, not on the live. Yeah. This is on a video. Like I put a comment here. There's 900 comments. It's like, and so, but I saw it, and I'm like, this is he answers this question every 15 minutes. And he's live 6 hours a day. And it's anyway, and we just went out, and then I started making fun of this person.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Listen, it's perception. It's perception, right? Somebody comes in, they might view me as a lazy creator. Well, first off, hell yes, I am a lazy creator because I'm not creating anything. Right? That's why I try to tell people when it comes to content creating and spirits, unless you're faking, you're not creating anything. I can go live in this apartment right now, okay? And nothing will speak to me. What am I going to do? It's just the way it is. Or I might get a spirit say, hey, I miss your family. Where the hell is your wife, John? Where the hell are your kids? Did they leave you? Like, which they did. I mean, listen, it's ridiculous. And
yeah, dude, listen, and I am set, unless I can get you guys to move, and also follow and join the community on Reddit and join our subreddit. I will eventually get banned from Reddit. I hear you've been having a field.
You've been on a streak. So what was your latest getting kicked out? What was it? I'm telling you.
I got kicked out of I think I'm on the verge of getting kicked out of the witchcraft Reddit.
You gotta make this a series, for
well, because
spirits.
it's just I'll get kicked off. I'll get kicked off of Reddit entire. Here's what Reddit is. Reddit is a series of
personal opinions
on thin ice that is controlled by nerds that think that it's nightclubs. Yeah. Like basically every mod is the doorman of a nightclub they could never have gotten into in their lives. So they treat it. And then you'll go to these subreddits, and they were the first, right? They've been around for years, so they got the best name. And you think you're walking into a community of like-minded people, but you're not. What you're walking into is a community controlled by like 15 mods who decide, and they have a list of rules, bro, like a list of rules of everything that is allowed and not allowed. And then it always is up to the discretion of the mod, right? Ultimately, it's this this ubiquitous rule.
If you
And
don't fit into the pecking order, you're out.
And I'll even ask, sometimes I'll ask, can I post this? Can I post here? And it's like, I think your community will like this. It's an interview with a witch, or it's an interview with a past life regression person. And they're like, you're just trying to promote and put money in your pocket. I'm like, yeah, but it's still on point. It's just like two things can be true.
Yeah.
Right? What maybe they'll like it. Maybe people interested in past life regression in the fucking past life regression subreddit would want to see this woman who's a licensed and popular therapist say something about past life regression. Maybe it could serve maybe they'd enjoy it. And then, man, I'll get into it too, man, because it's, you just want to.
It's not like you're posting a GoFundMe or your donation link. It's ridiculous.
And they're going like, and they're just, if you to teach somebody something and ask for money is, there's strings attached. I go, do the teachers not get paid in your world? What about doctors? Do they not get paid in your world?
Yeah, right.
Where is this wonderful place where everyone gives away their stuff for free?
I want to
live there. Everything's free. The entitlement, dude. The entitlement of it.
I know.
And this is the worst part. I'm just ranting on Reddit.
Yeah, go for it.
Reddit has quite a wonderful system of it's not likes or unlikes, it's arrows. So when you like something, you give it an arrow up. And the more arrows up, the more popular it is and the more it's in the feed. If you don't like it, it goes down. There is a natural order to what works and what doesn't. So why not let people post it, right? And then if people hate what I'm putting on there, it's going to drop. It'll sink. I'll get low karma points. I won't be, you know what I'm saying? It's just like the whole, it is actually quite a democratic system. No. So why are there these mods that need to ban it out of the gate? You know what I mean?
Control.
They're the worst, dude.
It's a control thing. Listen, I've gone through it. When, I was first starting out and doing all this, I went through a lot of mods. A lot of mods that I had to get rid of because of control. Because I was noticing it's like, oh shit, all right, this person's getting a little too crazy here. Like, why are they doing this? Oh, it's a control thing, So I get it. I know exactly how that goes, but it's just ridiculous. Well, I stay away from Reddit. I stay out of Reddit. You know how I feel about Reddit.
Yeah.
You know how I feel about Reddit.
I would just love any fans here to join me on Reddit just to have my back every once in a while because they're like, it would be great.
Right. Get your karma points up.
Get my karma points up. Go over there and be like, back me up, man. Like, back me up.
Yeah. Well, that was a pretty good episode. They were a lot of fun.
That's pretty good. I get distracted easy when someone's equipment is shit. Yeah. So but I'll fix it for when I redrop it. I'll fix her audio up. But it's I don't know, man. It's 2025. I guess she doesn't need all that good equipment for when she's out there hunting ghosts. But
I think she was having some internet. I think her internet was slow too because the picture.
No, but you know what's funny? It's like, but you could just see Nicole, right? Nicole's like a podcaster. And she's got this kick-ass backdrop with the neon thing, right? It's just she's ready. Right? I'm ready for 2025 and social media.
Yep.
And then Lisa's like, I don't give a fuck. I got a Van Halen guitar back here. Yeah. There might be a fan blowing. I don't know. There's people rock. You know what I mean? She's like, I don't care. There's ghosts. It's ghosts. Like you're gonna deal. It's my world, and you're living in it. So deal with the static.
Yeah. So it was
great.
Fun.
I do like their approach to things. I do like how they donate. Back. They give back, right?
Yeah.
And that's the whole to keep this stuff going.
Yeah. Listen, the preservation of history is a very important thing, and they do it quite well. It seems. Brian, I will never say I love Pennsylvania. I don't need I don't need your help that much. You love Pennsylvania. Brian wants me to say I love Pennsylvania, and then he'll go to Reddit and have my back. No. Oh shit! He gave me the ultimatum. Do it, Gary.
I'm
Get
kidding.
Them karma points.
Nope, I'm not gonna do it. There's other people on here who love me. They'll go out there and do it. They'll back me up. I need Brian. Brian. It was a good one, man. It was fun. But listen, again, guys, we've got great episodes coming up. Mike Dorsey, executive producer of Ghost Adventures House Calls and the Ted Bundy files that is airing now on Fox Nation, is on Tuesday. The guy makes this stuff. It's great. The Andrew Perrin episode is out. And if you want to see these things early, become a member. Otherwise, please like, share, and subscribe. If you're watching this on John's Santa Paranormal channel, please come over to Splintered Spirits, because we are going to phase out the lives on Santa Paranormal soon enough. I was going to phase it out halfway through, but it didn't let me do it. Otherwise, I would have hit it, quit the whole thing. But we'll figure that out next time. Instagram, thank you for being here. If there's anyone there, I think there's maybe one person left, but it's got some people sticking around, came in and out.
Yeah, cool.
That's it, guys. I appreciate it.
Guys, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
For listening. And we'll see you Thursday. Do we have an episode drop Tuesday? No, right? Is there any remaster?
Yes, I said it like 14 times. Mike Dorsey's episode.
See, nobody pays attention. Yo, new episode coming out this Tuesday.
I bet you just Mike Dorsey like 100 times. Executive producer, Ghost Adventures, House Calls. Yeah, that's Tuesday.
That's this Tuesday. This Tuesday drop. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for being here.
Later.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
And my friend called me after 2 weeks of not really hearing from me, said, "Hey, I know what'll cheer you up. Let's go ghost hunting."
Joni, who is this friend that feels that the pick-me-up you need is an old prison camp? Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and I'm trying to find out the answer to the question, what are spirits? After following my nephew, John Santa from @Santa Paranormal, communicate with ghosts regularly. Today, we're joined by Joni Mahan, a veteran paranormal investigator and the author of more than 20 books on hauntings and spirit communication, including Ghost Magnet, Signs of Spirits, Haunted New Harmony, and Hanover Haunting. Her work blends lived experience with meticulous field practice. She leads and teaches investigations in New Harmony, Indiana, where she documents EVPs and local history side by side. In Ghost Magnet, she writes about the darker side of attachment and the entity she calls the Soul Collector. We get into that in here. Joni's story is different than many others we've spoken to on Splintered Spirits. Her ability to communicate and sense spirits has been more of a curse than a gift. She talks about her clairaudience like someone stuck living with chronic pain or illness. But despite the agony she fights on, has a love for the mystery of the unexplained, and wants others to benefit from her experiences by writing her stories. Let's dive into the conversation. Joni, you have a pretty amazing story, and one of the reasons why I really wanted to sit down with you and talk to you about everything you've experienced as a psychic medium, as an investigator, is we do a lot of things here on Splintered Spirits where it's about, what are spirits? And John is a live influencer who primarily uses audio and apps and spirit boxes to communicate with spirits. You actually can hear them, or it started with you, correct? And I'm wondering if you can give us a quick origin story about when you first realized you were sensitive to it and how that manifested itself for you and recognizing you were a clairaudient.
It started when I was very little. I was about 4 years old when I first realized that I was maybe a little bit different from other children. My mother would tuck me into bed at night, and I would all of a sudden hear this sound that sounded a little bit like white noise. And at the time, I'm kind of dating myself, but the TVs would go off air at night, and it was that sound. So that's kind of what I identified it with. But at the same time, I would also get a sensation that there was something in my room with me, watching me. And the feeling was pure terror. So I would shriek out, and my mother would come running, and I tell her, there's something in my room with me. I think I have a ghost in my room with me. And she would say, "Joni, go back to bed. There's no such thing as ghosts." And, I just kind of had to deal with it. I didn't have an ally. I didn't have anybody I could talk to about it. And I didn't really bring it up to children my age too much, because I tried that once and everybody thought I was crazy. So
you're the worst. That would have been.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I kind of had to just deal with this by myself. And it followed me through my childhood, through my teenage years, all the way up until I was an adult. Still continues to this day. But when I was in my 40s, I decided that I was going to learn more about it, that knowledge was power. And I was recently divorced, so I had the freedom to explore it because my ex-husband really didn't believe in it either. And so I got a lot of criticism from him as well. But when I was on my own, I was like, you know what, I'm going to look into this. And so I joined a paranormal group that had a psychic medium and began working with her. And at the same time, I met a woman who was named Sandy McLeod, who was also going through kind of what I was going through. It's like the universe put us together for a reason. And so we banded together and we would go out armed with pen and paper, and we would go to haunted locations and we would write down what we were feeling. And that way we weren't influencing the other one. Because the minute you say, I see a dark-haired woman in the corner, that's all the other person's going to be able to see. And so we started working together that way and realized that we were picking up on the same things, only in different ways. Because I was clairaudient and she was clairsentient. So she would feel her scalp crawl. And through our validation processes, she was able to identify if it was crawling on, one side of her head, it was male, the other side was female, front was younger, back was older. But once you kind of adapt to one clair ability, sometimes you get advanced. Like I got an upgrade, and so I went on to kind of full mediumship. After a while, I was able to do more than hear them. I could also start to pick up information about them, and I would write it down a lot of times. And that, I don't know if it's automatic writing or what, but I would start getting more information. So now I'm to a point where I can walk into anywhere and tell you if you have a ghost, where it is, because I can tell directionally where it's making the noise. I can tell you something about it and determine whether it's good or bad. And I start picking up information like this person lived here in the 1800s. This person was a shop owner. This person means you no harm. She likes what you're doing and things like of that nature. So it's been an ongoing process, but I'm getting better all the time.
Why did you go down the road of investigator as opposed to go down the road of a traditional psychic medium to channel and talk to people about their past loved ones?
I think I'd always been intrigued by investigating. Since the very first ghost hunting show came on, I want to do that. That looks like fun. And I think my very first piece of equipment was an EMF Gauss reader, like one of the really old ones. And I would go out to cemeteries and I'd be like, oh my gosh, look, there's a ghost. And then I would pick up a ghost as well. And then joining a paranormal team, who had a psychic medium on board, I was kind of thrown into the thick of things with them and really found that I really enjoyed investigating. I enjoyed the mediumship as well, but the investigating really gave me a chance to validate what I was picking up psychically.
Now, one of your many books that I read was, and I think it's almost like your origin story, right? Which is Ghost Magnet.
Yes.
Tell us all what a ghost magnet is. How do you define a ghost magnet?
Well, some people are beacons, and I've always felt that people with abilities look different to people on the other side. Maybe we glow. I don't know, but they can definitely tell us apart from people who don't have abilities because they really kind of flock to us. And for whatever reason, some people are more magnetic than others and things follow them home. And that's what I found out pretty early on. Once I started advancing my abilities and really started working towards full mediumship, as I looked into the abyss looked back and it went, oh, we like you. We're going to follow you home. And I really haven't been able to find a reason. I've asked many, many times on investigations why they follow me in particular. But, we could have 15 people at an investigation and I'm the one they choose to follow home. So I've been told there's something about my energy, that my light is white, that they identify it as something that maybe like rocket fuel they can pull and use. I've gotten a combination of good and bad, but in the beginning, it was mostly negative entities that followed me home. And that was really terrifying.
You talk about being a clairaudient where it's, you heard the white noise. You mentioned things now. You talk about, as a magnetic field energy. do you ever look at it from a scientific angle in this sense of what do you think spirits are?
Yeah, I mean, my philosophy on it, I like James Van Prague, so I follow a lot of his teachings. And I believe at the time of death that most people cross right over to the next dimension or the next arena. Most people call it heaven. And some people, for whatever reason, bulk at that point in time, whether they've done something wrong they're worried about, or they have family they want to watch over, or maybe they just like where they are. They don't want to take the chance that the next place is going to be better. And they don't go through the white light and they stay earthbound, and that makes them a ghost. I think that they're made of energy, but as far as what kind of energy, I've explored it in a couple of my books, but, honestly, I don't think anybody knows. And if they can figure that out, then we'll be able to record them fully and really get better grasp on what a ghost is. So I'm hoping that I get to see that in my lifetime.
Well, yeah, for sure, man. Nobody knows what it is. I mean, that's the whole,
Right.
I always said, so if we had something that could truly figure out what ghosts are, life as we know it would change. Probably
Absolutely.
even
Absolutely.
AI, right? That would be the thing that would seek the secret to everything. So a few minutes ago, you talked about you were not only just a ghost magnet for all ghosts, but particularly what you feel are negative entities.
Yes.
Come home with you. Tell us about that. Why, how do you live with that? Because the one thing about Ghost Magnet that when I read it was it felt more like a curse. This was a very different read than other people's ghost stories, where it's, let me tell you something cool. And I caught this. This felt sad. Like this will not want this. So, and yet you're sort of sticking with it in your life. Is it because you have no choice and you rolled into it, or so how do you deal with the negative side of this?
Well, it's not been easy. It's been really terrifying because most of my adult life since my divorce, I've lived alone. So I've had to come home and know there was something really terrible lurking there that wanted to do me harm. And, I have some PTSD because one of the first ghosts I encountered was one called the Soul Collector. And we picked him up at Rutland State Park, which is in the middle of the state of Massachusetts. And it's just an open state park that you can come and visit. People walk their dogs. And there are ruins from the old prison camp there. And we spent an entire summer going there and exploring. And it was great for us for learning more about investigating, too, because nobody told us we had to get out at a certain time. It didn't cost us any money. And we would go in there and really learn and grow our abilities. And there was also a darker part to the park that I never really thought about. During the height of tuberculosis, they put in a TB hospital there, and they brought in patients from all over the state, regardless of their offense. So there were mass murderers there, as well as, people who had stolen something at the local store. And I think one of those ghosts lingered afterwards. And typically when I would go, I was always very strong with my protection. I identified that I needed to keep myself protected. And I would protect myself with a white bubble of white light and different stones and crosses or whatever I felt at the time that I needed to bring. And I was usually fine because, again, we spent a whole summer there. But I had gone through a really bad breakup. I was dumped after 2 years, very unceremoniously. And I was depressed. I was really down. And my friend called me after 2 weeks of not really hearing from me, said, "Hey, I know what'll cheer you up. Let's go ghost hunting." And so I went back out to the prison camps, and that's when I picked up the Soul Collector.
All right. Joni, who's this friend? Joni, who is this friend that feels that the pick-me-up you need is an old prison camp? For first of all, let's that is my go-to spot to think of. You need to cheer up a friend who's been dumped.
Well, it was a friend that I investigated with that knew that I like to do it. So, but what I learned is that you should never investigate when you're not on your best game, because your protection, whatever you're using, whatever you're keeping them from jumping onto you, is minimized. Depression and sickness, and I've turned down some really great locations since that point in time because I wasn't feeling well, or I was not in the greatest of places, and I just won't go there anymore because I've learned a lot from the Soul Collector. And that was actually my very first paranormal book. I was terrified to put that information out there because I knew nobody knew me as a medium. They might have known I investigated a little bit, but to put a book out there like that, that your aunts and uncles and everybody that's connected to you is going to be hearing this. And but it turned around to be the opposite. What happened was people who had also experienced things like I had all of a sudden had an ally. They had a voice. They had somebody they could talk to. And, it ended up being very well received. But the whole Soul Collector thing was a nightmare. It went on for months, and he was lingering in my bedroom. He was hanging over the top of my bed. I could feel him. The cats were watching him. Things were getting moved. I was seeing shadows. And most of all, he was inflicting terror on me. Like I would feel that terror. And it just kind of went on and on and on. It was really, really terrible.
What is it? What was it?
Well, it was there's been a lot of, nobody really knows for sure. Speculation is that it was a very strong entity that had some kind of demonic attachment